ilhqot'in Women's Council, who are going to open us up this morning. And so if everyone's ready to go, you can come on up. The Women's Council, bring you up to the stage here.
Bananas, Seat Talia Baptiste. I'm the Sikhoteen Women's Council Manager here with our Sikhoteen Women Council. It's a Channel Ya for allowing us to open this space in a good way. It's a Channel Ya. We also have our elder Dorothy Myers joining us.
Welcome to those just joining. Please grab a seat. Ilhqot'in to the beautiful ilhqot'in Women's Council for opening us up this morning. Such a beautiful song. I always hear that our languages are a reflection of our lands, and I hear that in the ilhqot'in language when we get to hear the leadership and those speak and sing those beautiful lands that they come from. All right, so again, welcome to day 2 of Reclaiming Our Indigenous Spirit. We are gonna hear a recap of yesterday for those who are just joining, and kind of just to bring us back and ground us back into this space. And so I would like to just invite Alina Starrett up, who has captured all of the beautiful conversations, all the things that we heard yesterday into these beautiful graphics that we see up here today. And so Alina's just gonna bring us through that. And you'll see Alina over there again today capturing day 2. And so be sure to check her out throughout today as well.
Thank you, Kara. Amahilu, good morning, everyone. My name is Alina Starrett. I'm from the Gitxsan Nation, but I live, work, and play in Kamloops area, so Kamloops, BC. And I started doing graphic recording about 4 years ago, so I am here to listen to the conversations that are happening throughout the day, and then visually represent it for you all. So I'm going to do a quick recap because we've got a very busy schedule today. So we started out in the morning with some drumming like we did today, healing in a good way and making sure that we are healing together. Throughout the day, there was a lot of conversation around our connection to nature and culture, and that this is our medicine and this is what's going to heal us, that our closest ancestors are trees, so we need to have compassion when connecting to spirit, and making sure that the discomfort that we're going through is meaningful discomfort and something that is pushing us forward in our lives, and that is how we are going to grow. Indigenous ways of knowing heals our brain, and healing requires a rewiring of the nervous system. I think this is really important as a youth that has struggled with mental health throughout my life. Being able to be in a space like this and listen to the conversations that you guys are having, this is the first step forward, and it's very important. We need to address working through shame, and that understanding that toxic stress changes the size of your brain, and again, this helps by rewiring the nervous systems that we have. And then also by the end of the day, we were talking about making sure that we're meeting people where we are at, and that the services that are provided for our people are culturally rooted, there's harm reduction, it's safe, there's trauma-informed care, all that kind of good stuff. We also want to make sure that we are empowering our communities and continuing with community wellness and having wraparound supports such as trauma-informed healing at home and on the lands, and making sure that we're taking our wellness back into our hands and not just leaving it up to other people. And then up here, just a little bit of conversation around relationship building and ensuring that there's safe spaces, peer support, and understanding that lived experience is what's going to inform this work that we do. So that's my quick little recap of what we talked about yesterday. And like Kara said, I'm over here to the side and I'll be drawing live throughout the day. So if you have any comments, questions, if you feel like I missed something, feel free to come over, say hey, let me know. I don't mind changing things up. So yeah, please let me know if you have any questions or concerns, and I'm really excited to be a part of your day today.
Ilhqot'in Alina, thank you so much. Also be sure to grab her business card because she does obviously such good work, and she is working in many spaces throughout our communities, nations, different organizations, and it's always a privilege to get to work with Alina. And so, yes, as she captured so beautifully all of the different pieces from yesterday, of course there was so much that came through with all the wonderful speakers that we had. Today we are going to have a number of other speakers as well to hear and learn from, and so we have a full day today. And guess to get us into today, I'm actually going to invite up George War, to the front again to introduce us to himself, for those who haven't met George yet, as well as the team that are here to support us throughout today. And there's also, as you can see, the area over here in the corner for cultural supports as well that are available. And so there's Freddie and Dorothy and Serena, I believe, or Sierra, I'm sorry, who are available for smudging and brushing off today as well.
Good morning. Fantastic to be here. My name is George. I'm a clinician, a counselor. I work with Williams Lake First Nation, also with TNG. I'd like to invite my two colleagues to join me just for a second and just welcome you all back to another day, which we really hope is full with optimism, stories of resilience, and stories of hope. Having said that, we realize that what we call the toxic drug emergency, right there's fine, is a really heavy subject, and there are times when you might find the day gets a little bit intense, and if it does, I hope and I encourage you to talk to someone. So you can talk to anyone in a purple shirt today, and also to my two colleagues here, who are faces many of you will know and recognize. We have Bettina and Sherry, and we have a talking space through the doors, down the hill and to the left. And then, as Cora mentioned, we have some wonderful cultural supports in the corner there. So really hope it's a great day. We really enjoyed yesterday. It's good to see so many people back. The people that weren't here, you missed a lot of really good stuff, but that's okay. We're going to catch you up today. So thank you so much.
Awesome. Quick thank you all. Thank you for being here with us to support throughout today. And yes, yesterday was such a good day, and then it ended with a cultural night. So I heard it was a full house and a really good evening, getting to see the beautiful dancing and all the beautiful artists that were here with us last night. We are also going to move into today and just have a couple of housekeeping items. And so yesterday you would have received a package, and in your package you have the schedule, you have some bios for the speakers, you also have this survey. And so today is the day to complete that survey. Let us know how you thought of the event and hand that in at the registration desk. Make sure you hand it to someone, because they're going to give you a black ticket that's going to enter you into some really big prize draws. So you should have gotten a door prize ticket when you came in, but also when you fill out the survey, you'll get a black ticket, and that's some really good prizes I hear that are up for later today. So that'll be end of today. And as yesterday, you got to be here to win. Some other pieces you'll see, there's coloring on your table. It's been so good to see people coloring throughout just to help you and keep focused and in the space. And so please, if you need any more, there's a pile over here. We can give you some more coloring paper. The vendor booths are still available upstairs there if you'd like to go check them out anytime today, breaks, lunch. And also, all of the presentations from yesterday have been uploaded to TNG website. So it's ilhqot'in.ca/health is where you can find it. Another option to access those presentations is at the registration desk. There's a sign-up sheet. You can just write your email and you can get everything emailed over to you. And so again, the TNG website /health, ilhqot'in.ca/health. Today, as we hear from folks, similar to yesterday, there's the question boxes on your tables. As you have questions or comments, please put them in there. And, oh yeah, I see them, okay. And so at the end of the day, we'll have the panel of the speakers from today to be able to ask those questions and hear from them to wrap our day up. As well, at the end of today, we'll be inviting all drummers from all nations to come up and close us in a good way that way, with whoever brought their drum, whoever would like to come up at the end of today. And I believe that's all the housekeeping that I have for you today. And so we're just going to keep moving along in our schedule. Again, we have a jam-packed schedule for today. And so to start us off, our first speaker that we are going to have, and I'll just make a note, and Judy will be sharing this with us, Red Road Recovery were unable to attend. And so I'm inviting Judy Ventry to the front, who is going to begin our first presentation. Or Corpus?
Wait, Kapahoida, Ren Dutchwa, Judy Pinchbeck Ventry, the Aho as Ashkulatin wa Achwan. ilhqot'in, ilhqot'in Healing and Wellness Center Project Manager. Hunilshta, Judy Pinchbeck Ventry, Setsida. Williams Lake Haya. Welcome everybody. Hello everyone. My name is Judy Pinchbeck Ventry. I am an affiliated band member of Williams Lake First Nation, and my settler family is from the Stampede Ground area where we are at, which in Schwabmachine is ilhqot'in. I am a project manager for the ilhqot'in Healing and Wellness Center, and so I've been working with Red Road Recovery, and I just wanted to read a letter of regret that they sent because they weren't able to make it here today. So this is from Wes and Chris and Scott, who are the owners of Red Road Recovery, and they say, congratulations to the members of ilhqot'in, Northern Shwapam, ilhqot'in, and Nuhawk nations for coming together for this very important celebration and reclaiming our Indigenous spirit. We at the Red Road Recovery are deeply sorry we were not able to attend in person at this very important gathering. We were truly honored by the opportunity to share our work and vision with you all. But unforeseen health challenges within our team have kept us from attending. Our commitment to supporting healing and recovery through culturally grounded programs remains unwavering. We are especially excited about our growing partnership with the ilhqot'in national government and local First Nation communities in providing resources for those looking to walk the Red Road. We hope the introductory video we provided offers a glimpse into our mission and the work we do. We look forward to future opportunities to connect with you in person and continue this meaningful journey together. With gratitude and respect, Wes, Chris, and Scott. So we'll just play their introductory video.
My name is Scott Tremblett. I'm the Executive Director of Red Road Recovery. I'm also one of the founders. One thing I always like to mention is that I'm an alcoholic and an addict in recovery. I think it's important. It's part of my journey. You know, it's what inspired me to go on to, dedicate the rest of my life to helping others. A little bit about myself.
Technical difficulties. One moment. It's worth the wait.
My name is
The remote.
My name is Scott Tremblett. I'm the Executive Director of Red Road Recovery. I'm also one of the founders. One thing I always like to mention is that I'm an alcoholic and an addict in recovery. I think it's important. It's part of my journey. You know, it's what inspired me to go on to, dedicate the rest of my life to helping others. A little bit about myself. I struggled many years trying to get sobriety and what that meant. And, I was the one that always got in the way. So took me many different attempts at finding recovery, many different visits to treatment centers. I went to treatment 5 times personally. 4 out of those 5 times I left early because I thought I knew better. Clearly I did not. And, that's just part of the lessons I learned along the way. When I did finally grab a hold of recovery, everything changed. Later on, I was invited into sweat lodges and ceremony and stuff. And, as fate might have it, meeting my partners, Wes and Chris, at the perfect time, just led to Red Road. And, And the more that we focused on how can we help more people, the more doors continue to open and still continue to open. You know, we opened Red Road over 2.5 years ago, our first location. The whole thought process was taking the evidence-based therapies, the biopsychosocial model of recovery, all the newest modalities, you know, DBT, CBT, all of that, and blending it with like traditional Indigenous cultural programming. So really it's just taking the new age and blending it with the old ways, right? And we've seen immense success with that. We also utilize the 12 steps. And we've just created a beautiful program that's helping lots and lots of people, which touches our heart because that's why we do what we're doing. Both our locations right now, we engage with local elders, respecting their local traditions. And with the counseling staff, we all have the education. So all of our counselors are licensed certified counselors, some of which have master's degrees and bachelor's degrees, and all the residents have one-on-ones throughout the week. They have group therapy every day. We build individualized treatment plans, as we do believe that each person has their own individual needs and traumas and issues that needs to be worked through. So we don't look at it as a cookie cutter approach. We look at it as the individual person. A lot of our counselors and support staff are in recovery, so you've got that one alcoholic addict helping another. I think that is just a really huge part. I can't tell you how many times I've seen a resident really get triggered or affected through group therapy or what have you, because that's part of the process, right? We have to illuminate the dark places so we can heal and get to the next phase of our recovery. We've had residents that get triggered and they're ready to leave, but then once they experience the cultural aspect and they work with the elders or they have a sweat or one of the many things that we do with our cultural program, I just see a total 360. And it's just such a beautiful thing that I think is one of the main reasons why we're so successful. A few features about Sorrento: it is 7,000 square feet on 4 acres. We've got some beautiful trails, beautiful views of Shuswap Lake. We've got a pool table. We've got a sweat lodge on the property. We've got a fully equipped gym. As exercise is part of it. We've got 7 bedrooms. They're all very large bedrooms. They've been split up into double occupancy, but they've got privacy screens in between, so each person still has their own privacy. Each of those bedrooms has its own washroom. Our secondary location, we managed to purchase a 114-acre ranch, which is just beautiful. It's out in Lumbee. And we've just replicated what we already do and with the addition of more. Most of our bedrooms are all private. We have a couple double occupancy that are part of the publicly funded beds. We've also got 2-bedroom cabins, which are beautiful. They're all newly renovated. We really wanted to add equestrian therapy. So we've got 8 horses there with an equestrian therapist. And same thing with the evidence-based therapies, licensed certified counselors out there working with local elders, sweat lodge, smudging every day, arts and crafts, land-based healing. We've got a Red Seal chef on board. The food is spectacular. We have activity days. We have family treatment, which is also something that we do on Sundays, that we have families come in for their loved ones, and they get to sit with the counselors. They get to do some group therapy with other family members of the residents, and we're seeing a lot of benefit with that. One thing that we do at Red Road Recovery, in addition to our family programming, we do accept couples, and we have trained counselors that focus on family reconstruction. We're seeing a lot of success with it, so we're going to continue to do that. People come to treatment, they stay for 3 months. Now what? We believe what comes next after treatment is vital. We do include some aftercare with our programming, with additional aftercare available upon request. Our aftercare is done with our counselors through Zoom, as most of our residents are coming from different parts of BC, the Yukon, Alberta, and all over. As far as the funding portion of what we do at Red Road, we are private, so predominantly all of the funding in the beginning, in the first 2 years, was all privately funded through the bands, as we have great relationships with the First Nations bands all over BC, the Yukon, Alberta. Through a lot of work and a lot of meetings, we were successful in acquiring 23 fully funded beds through CMHA and the government, which we've implemented into our programs. Other funding sources are through insurance providers, family members that pay for people to come privately. We do have a financing option through MediCard on our website that's available as well. And we're always looking to find new ways to provide more care and to create treatment accessibility, because that's what's really needed right now. So we are a registered assisted living supportive recovery residence. That's both our locations. What that allows us to do is access different funding sources, but the main premise behind that is to provide accountability. So we're very transparent. We're always trying to do things to the best of our ability, and being registered, I think, is very important to, when you're seeking a treatment center, that they're either licensed or registered. Red Road Recovery has a big vision. So not only are we continuing to expand our footprint with multiple centers, but we also are looking to create detox centers of our own. As we are licensed through assisted living, everyone must be detoxed for at least 7 days before they come to treatment, but we help facilitate that. We have the connections with the local detox centers. Those detox centers are government funded, which they do amazing work. However, there's wait times. So we have great relationships with them, so we have no trouble getting people into detox. But as we get busier and busier, those wait times are going to get longer. So one of our goals is to start building our own detox centers that can be private and that we will go after some funding for. So we too can have that under the Red Road umbrella. And we want to create a seamless process of someone wants to get into treatment, we can get them into detox, we can get them into treatment, and then we can get them into our transitional housing. So another goal that we have is we've created a fund that we're going to be taking a percentage of our profits to create a foundation. And out of that foundation, once people go through our programs and they live in the transitional housing for up to a year and they have that 1 year sobriety under their belt, if they were inspired and would like to walk in our footsteps and go along to work in the field, we will use that foundation to provide education for those alumni, and then we will provide the hours in our centers for their practicums. And once they have their 2 years of practicum hours, then they can take the exam to become counselors, and then we would then provide employment at one of our centers, creating purpose that I believe is essential to recovery.
Thank you so much for sitting through a slideshow. It's never the same without having somebody here in person, but we are very excited to be working with Red Road Recovery, which is why we asked them to be here today. As project manager of the ilhqot'in Healing and Wellness Center, my job was to help Chief Lennon Solomon see his vision of having a healing and wellness center out west. And Indigenous has secured a beautiful property, which I'm hoping I'll be able to show you here shortly. It's just being loaded up. This property is called Deer Creek Ranch. I know some of you know of it. So with this property, we are working to have a treatment center, but we recognize that treatment isn't the only piece of the recovery process. And so with this model, we'll be able to have right from detox right through to post-treatment. So we're looking at, that's perfect, thank you. This one? Okay. So that's the gate to the Deer Creek Ranch. It's not working for me, Al. Oh, it's down there, okay. Okay, so this is a view of the Ilhqo River, and this project, this model of recovery is called Red Road River Ilhqo, and because it's in Unisine Nen territory, Chief Lennon Solomon has a big heart, and he's very passionate about seeing healing and wellness for all First Nations people and non-Indigenous folks. So it is not going to be exclusively ilhqot'in. It will be open to all who need help. And the idea is to, you can click it, is to have, we have a lodge there that you can kind of see the green roof in the background. It's a log home that's been renovated, and then there's some tiny homes there, and there will be some extra units attached. So it'll be a 15-bed treatment facility. And then we have a detox planned. It's going to be privately run. So we're very excited about this because we've had some issues in this area with having resources for this. So super excited about this project and the passion that all the ilhqot'in chiefs have for seeing this toxic drug emergency dealt with. And so very excited to be working alongside them and making this project come to fruition. And so I just wanted to give you a little bit of hope that although things seem to be shutting down in our area, we are working really hard to get things opening up soon. And I believe this year you'll be able to access some of these services. So very exciting. That's all I can announce at this point because we're still in negotiations, etc. But I just wanted to give you a little vision of what we're going to have in our area, and it's open to all. So very excited about this, and thank you for allowing me to share. And I'm so sorry again that Red Road Recovery Team was not able to make it today. Thank you. Ilhqot'in. I turned it off.
Wow, ilhqot'in, Judy, thank you. And congratulations to Unis 18 for the incredible work and hearing that is underway. I remember hearing years ago as a feasibility study was coming out for what it would look like to have treatment, detox, recovery in the nation. So that's so exciting to hear that work is coming to fruition and that vision is coming to life. And so it just shows us that what we can do in our nations with all of us pulling together. And so I did have a couple things that I just want to note before we move into the next speaker. As you can see, we have a number of supports over here. And so Valerie let me know, Juanita is over here providing massages today. And so those are gonna be provided in 30-minute increments. And so if you want a massage over here, you just have to go sign up. There's gonna be a sign-up sheet. There's also smudging, brushing off, melamin, medicine, all being provided over here by the beautiful folks, Dorothy, Freddie, Juanita, Valerie. I know there's some young ladies over there who are also in mentorship and they're helping out, and others. So thank you to those who are supporting. So be sure to go over, get brushed off, get smudged today at some point if you can. Sometimes I think in the day it doesn't feel heavy, and then we leave and we start thinking. And so just to kind of ground us throughout today, that'll be so lovely. And so we're gonna move in, and we're right on time here, which is so lovely. And so we have another speaker who's coming to share with us this morning. And so I am excited to welcome and bring up to the stage Leonard Supernault, who's here with us, was here last night as well. If we could give a big welcome to Leonard.
Squamwin, Leonard Supernault and Swap Mesjin, Swap Muulich. Very honored, very humbled to be asked to be here today to share my story. There's a list of speakers up here, and I'm looking at it, and I'm just always amazed and humbled to come and share and talk and be included in these powerful circles. Some days I wake up and I just can't believe that I'm here. Feeling really emotional, it's really hard. I'm learning as a speaker, one of the hardest things to do is to present in front of your peers. I travel all over and I talk to thousands of people in huge groups, and it's easy, and then we come home to our own people and you get the nerves. So just bear with me. The reclaiming our culture, our Indigenous spirit. I was asked one time to define culture, and I found that really difficult. Like, what is culture? For the people, the non-natives looking at us and the things we do daily, they call that culture. For us, it's just the way of life. It's the things we do. The small things we do from the time we get up in the morning when we open our eyes and we say thank you. Kukstam Kalkukbi, thank you for this beautiful day. When we're about to sit down for a meal and we take 5 seconds to close our eyes and bow our head and say thank you for the food that I'm going to eat, the water that I get to drink today, the people that are in my life. You know, that's all culture. It's hard for me to define what culture is, but for me, like I said, it's a way of life. Very honored to be here, very humbled to come and share my story. My mother is Virginia Gilbert from the Sugarcane, Tlakal, also known as the Williams Lake First Nations. My grandmother is Rosie Gilbert, and my grandfather is the late Andrew Gilbert. My late father was Frank Supernault from Sucker Creek, Alberta, a Cree. Many of you might know my father, who's passed away last year. His mother was Louise Ghostkeeper, and his father was Louis Kakanutsit, that I just recently found out who my grandfather was. He never mentioned him until he passed away. So we're taught to always introduce our parents, our grandparents, and where they're from. That's another part of our culture, and our journey is to learn how to do that. I was born and raised in Sugarcane. I always refer to my home as Sugarcane. That's what I called it growing up. Today we're known as the Williams Lake First Nations. I had a very happy childhood as far back as I can remember. Growing up there, playing with my friends and riding our bikes and going down to the creek and swimming in the creek and picking berries along the road, and we'd be gone all day. And the only time we knew when it was time to go home was when it got dark. Sun went down, it's time to go home. I was really happy as a child. I remember being happy. I remember things like learning how to ride my bike on my own. The first time I was able to tie my shoes on my own. I think about things like that in my childhood. But then, at the ages between 3 and 5 years old, I began to experience sexual abuse. I was sexually abused by an older cousin of mine. And I carried that shame and that pain and that hurt and everything ugly that happens to come with sexual abuse, the trauma. So I look back on my life and I think about the last time I was really happy, truly happy and carefree, and I didn't know or understand fear. And that was before I was sexually abused. And then after my sexual abuse happened, I started to understand what fear was. I began to learn that people hurt me. And I carried that pain into my teen years. I was a very rebellious teen. I didn't care for authority. I caused a lot of pain. You know, there was a lot of fighting back in those days. Any reason to fight and throw my hands and to hurt somebody was a welcome opportunity back then, because that's what I thought being tough was. That's what I learned. I never felt worthy of anything good in my life at that young age. I felt ugly, unloved, unwanted. I always questioned why I was even here. I got to be into my teen years after my mother and father split up and my dad moved to Vancouver, and I was acting up and acting out, and I wasn't getting along with my mom very well at the time, and she told me, it's time for you to go live with your dad in the city. And she told me that, I love you, son, but I can't teach you how to be a man. That's your dad's job. So she told me to phone my dad, and I called him and said I wanted to move down there with him, and he said yes, he welcomed me. But I went through a culture shock going from the small city here and this environment and knowing everybody and waving at people and smiling, walking down the street and knowing everybody at school. I went to my first high school in Vancouver, and there was almost 3,000 students, and it was like not one of them cared about me or wanted to get to know me. So I started to not want to be there. I started to skip out of school, and eventually I started hanging out with the wrong crowds. I got into the gang system, fell into the gang way of life. I was 15 years old, hanging out on Main Street in Hastings and getting into trouble down there in Skid Row. And for those of you that know anything about Skid Row, that's not somewhere for a 15-year-old to be hanging out. But I found a place down there. 15 years old, I started selling drugs, stealing, robbing people, beating people up, and getting into trouble. Got to the point where I was arrested. My first time being arrested, went up in front of the judge, and I was handcuffed and shackled. There was 5 of my friends. We got caught in a stolen car, and one of my friends had a couple of guns on him, so they treated us like pretty harsh criminals. But I remember looking over my shoulder when the judge came in, and they said, "All rise." I looked back, and that was the first time I got to see my dad since I was arrested. And my dad was so heartbroken that I was in that situation that he couldn't stand up on his own. He had his friends on each side of him for support. They had to help him up. And I realized at that time that I had caused that pain for my dad. I did that. I wasn't living a very good way of life at the time. So I went through that court system, spent a few days in a youth detention center, and my dad came and picked me up. And he brought me home, and on the ride home, he asked me, "Son, what do you want to do with your life?" And he went on to tell me, he says, "The way you're going, the path you're following, you're either going to end up in jail or you're going to end up dead." And it hit me right here in my heart. It's like, whoa. So I told him I had some friends that traveled the powwow circuit. I wanted to get into powwow dancing and follow that way of life, so we made arrangements to do that. I had a friend come over and started to teach me how to dance. And I followed that path since I was 17 years old, that way of life. It's got me to be here today. But I also fell into relationships, had my first child. My first daughter was born when I was 20 years old. And I began to try to understand what love was. I couldn't love myself at the time because I was so full of hate and anger from being sexually abused. It caused so much strain on my relationship with my first wife because I couldn't love her the way that she deserved to be loved. I was really spiteful and angry. And I discovered alcohol and drinking. I learned to use alcohol as a tool, and drugs. I got into drugs really bad. I became abusive to my first wife. And this is something that it's taken me a long time to be able to talk about. In this part of my journey, that I actually laid hands on my wife in anger. And I've been really ashamed of that for a big part of my life, and I carried that pain and I tried to hide it. So I wasn't being a very good human being, a very good person because of drugs and alcohol and because of the trauma that I had been through. I was really angry and I hurt a lot of people. And because I was abused as a young boy, I became abusive. I became an abuser. But I have to understand through my healing I've learned over the years and the things that I've been through, that everything I've been through has led me to who I am, and the reason that I'm here today to be able to stand up here and to talk about the things that I've been through, my traumas and my pains and my hurts, in order to help begin to help the other people out in the world that need help and understanding and patience and kindness and love. I consider myself now a helper. I never carried a title in my life. I'm not a medicine man. I'm not a healer. I don't carry a title. But recently I've discovered, I see the shirts that these people are wearing here today and they say helper on the back, and that's very fitting. I consider myself today to be a helper. I take all the pains and hurt and traumas and everything that I've been through in my life, and I can give back. I can share my story. I can't speak on the woman's perspective of life because I've never been a woman. I'm only allowed to speak on being a man and my perspective as being a man because I am a man and I've lived as a man. So when I speak and I share my story, I speak to the men out there in the world, the ones that are hurting and lost, maybe through sexual abuse, whatever abuse and traumas you've been through, to let you know that it's okay to come and share and talk and open up. That's the only way that I was able to heal, and that's the only reason that I am here today, is because I was finally able to open my mouth and speak about the things that happened to me and the things that I've done to people in the world, because I'm not perfect. I've caused pain, I've caused hurt along my path in this journey of life, and that's been one of the hardest things for me to do, is to forgive myself. It was easier through my healing to forgive my sexual abuser, to find love and understanding for the person that sexually abused me. It was easy once I started the process. And I still battle today. I started my healing journey in 2008 when I first reached out for help and started seeking counseling. And I still struggle to this day to forgive myself for the things that I've done in this world. I just want to share some of the things that I've been through. You know, I didn't have grandparents growing up. My grandparents all passed away from alcohol before I was born. So that's a huge part of our circle as First Nations people, is to have our grandparents, that knowledge and that love and that patience and that understanding to raise a child. So I missed out on that in my life. I remember being really jealous of my friends that would have their grandparents in their life, and they'd always get extra hugs and cuddles, and, you know, Kia and Ba'a would slip them $5 here and there, and, you know, I would see that, and I would get jealous because I never had that. But one thing I always appreciate in my life that I had is that I always had my mother and my father. They were together. They raised us. They did love us enough and cared about us enough to raise us in an alcohol and drug-free home, a safe zone, a safe place for us to be raised. So I love my mother, I love my father, and I carry the teachings that they passed down to me. I carry them and I use those today to get me through life. I lost my brother, my older brother Gerald, in 2008. He was murdered. And it's still an ongoing investigation in our community. And I had to heal from that. That was the beginning of my healing journey. For 5 or 6 years after my brother was murdered, I wouldn't go into my own community unless I was carrying a knife. I'd never carried a knife in my life, but I didn't feel safe in my own community because some of the people that perpetrated my brother's murder were and still are living in our community. And I had to heal from that. I had to realize that, wow, I don't feel safe in my own community. I'm packing a knife every time I go into my community. And that's taking away from who I am, hiding behind that fear. So I had to start to heal. And the first thing I had to do was to forgive, to learn how to forgive. And I'm still learning to forgive myself to this day. But it's been an amazing journey. It's been hard. It's not easy. The positive message I get from my brother's passing, as I was told and taught by my leaders and my elders, is that every negative thing that happens to you in this world, every trauma, every pain, every hurt, we have the ability to learn from that, to become better from it. The thing that helped me heal with my brother was understanding that death comes to every house, to every individual, to every home, to every family, and every community eventually. My brother's passing was the first time that death came knocking on our door at our home. And the way I look at my brother, when death came knocking on our door, my brother stood up and he said, "I'll take this one. I'll take this one so that my loved ones and my family can stay here amongst each other, with each other." And I was able to look at it that way, and that's the way I look at my brother today, as the ultimate warrior. In Sukwabmshchin, we say, "Kalmukhultse." I've just learned that word recently in the last couple of years, and it's amazing. It's a beautiful word to understand what being a warrior is. He was the first example to me of what a true warrior is. I began my healing journey from then on, healing my hurts and my pains and fixing Len, because I understand that in all the situations and all the problems and all the shortcomings in my life, I used to be pointing out at the world saying, "It's your fault. It's your fault I'm this way. It's your fault this happens to me." But now I understand that it's my fault. Where I go and the things I do and circumstances and situations that happen in my life, and who I become and who I act like every day and who I talk about and who I think I am and how I present myself comes from me. And I have to learn how to love Len first. And it's taken me a lifetime to learn to be able to love myself. And I love myself today, and I can say it, no problem. And I never used to be able to say that. I remember a point in my life where I couldn't even look at myself in the mirror. I couldn't look at myself in my reflection walking down the street in a window because I was so ashamed of the way I was living. But through losing my brother, I was encouraged to start healing, go to treatment, go to trauma treatment programs, grief programs. And I'm proud of who I am today. I've come this far, and it's been an amazing, beautiful journey, and I love that. Another huge event that happened in my life that encouraged me and spurred me on to heal was I had COVID. I caught COVID in February 2022. And I was unfortunately one of the ones that took it really hard. I was induced in a coma and intubated on a breathing tube for 14 days. And when I came out of my coma, I had to learn how to walk again. I couldn't use my legs. I couldn't walk. I had to learn how to use my hands to simply feed myself and to hold things. I had multiple organs shut down. My lungs, my heart, my kidneys, my liver were all affected. When I woke up, the doctors were telling me, "Len, we almost lost you a few times." And I'm scared. You got little ones in here? No, we're all adults. Scared the shit out of me. But it was an awakening. It was another opportunity to come back and bounce back from that. One of the cool things I like to talk about is that when my 2 weeks when I was induced in my coma, I got to travel. I had an out-of-body experience. I was out there in the universe visiting around. I got to visit other planets. I got to visit other beings. And it was hard for me to want to talk about that for the first year in my recovery. I never mentioned it. I never talked about it. Because I tried to talk to people about it once or twice, and they looked at me like, "You're crazy, man. Like, you're hanging out in space and visiting other planets." And it's just like, yeah, but that's my experience. I had an out-of-body experience. I got to come back. I got to make the decision whether I wanted to come back or not to live this physical life. And it was hard because where I was, it was so peaceful and calm. There was no hurt or pain or anger. I was surrounded by love. That's what we call, people refer to as heaven. I've seen the afterlife. I've seen the other side. I've been there. I know when we die, that isn't the end of our journey. This is just a phase, this physical life, this physical experience we have here, and we get to come and share. Through my spirituality, I understand that life, this physical life we're living, is the hardest experience for any being in our universe to live, because life is hard. And we need to understand that life is hard. I went through my life thinking that, man, why is life so hard? Life should be easy. Life owes me. Give me something. But the only thing we're guaranteed in this life is to have the physical experience, to understand that we're not this bag of meat and bones. We're the spirit that resides inside of us, and that's who I am. So I feed that nowadays, my spirituality, and I live through my culture, and that's what's got me through to today. I found my warrior spirit through losing my brother. I found a new gratitude for life from surviving COVID, traveling and seeing the other side. I used to have an immense fear of death all my life, even as a little boy. I was like, I don't want to die. I'm scared to die. But now I know I've seen the other side. I know there's more once we're done here. I've been there. So my relationship with death is different. To understand that death is a friend of ours when we've had a hard life, or whether we've been hurt to the point where our body can't survive anymore, death comes and says, I'm going to spare you. Let's go, and takes us. These are, it's hard to fit my life into 30 minutes and to come and share all these experiences that I want to talk about. But, my message I want to share, like I said, to the warriors, the men out there that are hurting and suffering in silence, it's okay for you to speak, to begin to heal. I wouldn't be here unless I begin to speak my truth. And it was scary. It's still scary to this day for me to come up here and to stand up here and to say that I've been an abuser. I've abused people. I've hurt people in my life. But every time I get to speak about it, it helps me heal. And that's the only reason that I'm here today. So for the ones that are hurting out there in the world, our men, our warriors, as scary as it is, you have to walk through that fire, face your fear, in order to find out who you truly are. And I'm beginning to see the real Len. It's taken me over 40 years to figure out who I am, to have a direction and where I want to go, and understanding this life. After I recovered from COVID, laying in bed in the hospital for 3 months recovery, and I was at home for 3 months after that on oxygen 24/7, hooked up. I had to carry an oxygen machine behind me. But those 3 months I was laying in a hospital bed recovering, I made a promise. I made so many promises, speaking to Cal Cookby, the Great Spirit, to my spirit guides, my helpers, anybody that was listening. Get me out of this bed. Give me another chance at life, and I'm going to do the best that I can do at every opportunity that I have. And I believe that I've done that. I'm living my truth. I'm living my experience. So when I came out of my coma, I told myself, I'm going to follow my dream. I'm going to follow my heart. Because I had worked other jobs all my life. All my life I chased the dollar, chased the money. I thought once I had lots of money, I was going to be happy. That's where happiness was going to come from. And I've been fortunate enough to have money in my life. But there was always something missing in my heart, a hole that I could never fill with money or fancy cars or toys. It wasn't until I began to speak and share my story and to work with youth and to work with people that I began to feel that hole in my heart fill, to give. And that's when I found my title. I began to understand that I'm a helper. My purpose in this world is to help as many people as I can by sharing my story. So I told myself I was going to start my own business. I know nothing about business. Nothing. I have gifts that I've accumulated in my life that I carry with me and I'm willing to share. So I said I'm going to package myself, all my talents and my gifts and the things that I do. I teach self-defense. I've worked with youth. I share my story. I talk. You know, I dance. I sing. All these things I've accumulated in my life, I'm beginning to learn to give now. So if there's anybody out in the crowd that's willing to help a guy that has no clue what to do about business, I'm willing to share and talk about anything, you know. I've got the talent, I've got the drive, I know where I want to go. I just need help getting there. Pardon me. So I'm almost there. I'm doing what I love, and I don't know how many people can say they're doing what they love, but this is truly what I love in my heart. So I'm very honored to be here. I just got the sign for it's time to wrap things up. There's so much I want to talk about. It's so confusing. When I talk, I usually speak for an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours, and it's hard to condense it all into 30 minutes. But I'm so grateful to be asked to come here, so grateful to be part of this amazing experience, to see the 4 nations coming together, to start to work together, the organizations that are coming together and starting to work together, because we can get so much done when we stand shoulder to shoulder and support one another rather than fighting over crumbs and this and that. Imagine the power that we have as First Nations people when we stand up, when we find our power and we stand with it, and we stand shoulder to shoulder and say we're not going to take it anymore. This is what our people need. This is what we need. We no longer need the government and the non-native people telling us what we need. We know what we need. We need to stand shoulder to shoulder, nation by nation, and support one another. And it fills my heart to see that coming to fruition. So I hold my hands up to everybody here from each nation. And so beautiful. It's just amazing to see. So I thank you all for allowing me to be here. I hope that you can understand my message that I'm trying to share and get across, mostly to our warriors, to our men, our young men. Let's be warriors. Let's see where we can take this thing when we fulfill our roles and our purpose. It's amazing, man. I can see it in my heart and my mind. We're beautiful. We're all beautiful, and let's take over the world. Let's do it. So thank you all. Thank you all very much for allowing me to be here today and to share my story, and I look forward to the rest. Thank you.
Ilhqot'in Leonard, thank you so much for being with us today, sharing your beautiful story. Just makes me think of, as Leonard was sharing, as he said, there's so much suffering and shame, and how much can grow in shame when we think of the hurt and the anger, all of the things that Leonard shared with us in his story, and how important it is to continue to share these stories so that no one has to suffer in that shame. As we saw yesterday, as we see here, working through that shame is a big part of this. And what I've heard from others, you know, the reason that we're here today and yesterday is to really bring some inspiration, but also hope. And that's what Leonard's doing with sharing his story, is bringing hope to what this can look like, and this thread of what culture can do for our people, of looking to culture and how that can help us heal and move forward. And so I really raise my hands up to Leonard for sharing his beautiful story, for those experiences, and especially for talking so openly about sexual abuse. That's what I keep hearing in our communities and our spaces, that we need to talk openly about that, and all of those traumas and all of those experiences, so that those cycles can stop. And so I really appreciate that.
Sorry, they gave me another 30 minutes. They said I did so well, I get to come back, so let's go another 30 minutes. No, I'm just kidding. I just want to share something here briefly. I went to Choices in 2018. I met a friend, made a friend there. We're still in contact today. She lives in Okanagan. Her family had a saddlery, a Western shop there. Her mom and her dad recently passed away, and their business closed down. And she reached out to me through Facebook, and she said that her mother was gifted a buckskin jacket from a lady from the Ilhqot'in Nation back in the 1960s. And she was digging through their stuff and getting ready to give away the stuff from their store, and she came across that jacket. And she didn't feel right saving it or selling it, and she didn't know what to do with it, so she reached out to me because she knew I was from up this way. And she asked me what she should do. And I let her know, I said, I think that it should go back to the nation, to where it came from. And she agreed. So we met up in West Bank about 2 months ago, and I've been carrying this gift since then, wondering what to do with it. And then I was asked to speak here, and it just all seemed right and appropriate. So I want to make a presentation today to a beautiful human being in person that's always been around, one of those people that's always around everywhere you go. I'd like to call up Joan Gentles. If you could come up, Joan. So I'm going to make this presentation to her on behalf of my friend, but this is also a part of our culture, the returning of the gifts that go out into the world, the artifacts that need to come back. This is the right thing to do in my heart, the way I feel. So I just wanted to make this presentation in front of the people to a beautiful human being, a person that I love to call my friend. And just to say thank you for always being in my life. Amazing. Thank you. I don't know if you want to say a word or two. Wrap it up. Yeah?
No, I'm here with my 2 ears, 4 ears really. I've got my hearing aids on so I can hear everyone. But this means a lot to me. As you know, that each and every one of us is never here for ourselves. We're here to give. And from the time I was very young, I was always told, you will never go hungry. I served. I grew up a very Indigenous home. My mother never went to school. Then I was given to Chief Johnny Baptiste. I was given to Chief Johnny Baptiste, who was the leader for 34 years before he went beyond. I learned a lot from him, and I learned to give just like he did. That is my life, and this means a lot to me. This is like replacing the buckskin jacket that an elder gave to me when I was reigning as Indian Princess of Canada in 1967. And my home burned in 2007, I lost that jacket. And I've lost my friend a few years back as well, Edith Insco, who was an elder who always came to my office to talk to me. Didn't matter if she was under the influence of alcohol or if she was in good shape. She always came, and it meant my heart was almost gone when I lost that jacket because it was all hand-stitched and never thought it would be replaced. Chanalya, Gokshtian.
Beautiful. Kukshachop, thank you. Leonard and Joan, that was so beautiful to witness. Thank you for sharing that moment with us. We are not going into a break right now. We're going to go into our next speaker, and I just really want to affirm that we need to really sit in this space and protocol. So to make sure we're giving all our love and energy to the speakers, not having those side conversations, again, to step away if we need to, and to just really give all of that love and energy to those who come up here so that we can all be able to hear really well and take in what they're sharing with us. It's really a privilege to have all these speakers come up, so I just want to reiterate that need to just really sit in that protocol of listening and focusing on who's up here as we continue on this day. And so next up we have an individual who is going to come share with us some really incredible work that's going on in Alberta. And so many of us may have heard some of the models that are ongoing in Alberta for treatment centers, detox, et cetera, especially from an Indigenous lens, Indigenous ways of knowing and being. And so I am excited to welcome Dr. Nathaniel Day to the front, who is going to come and share his work and a lot of the best, I don't want to say best practices, because that kind of puts a way of thinking it all as a one-size-fits-all, but some really incredible work that Dr. Day is going to share with us. So welcome, Dr. Day.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome, and I am so delighted to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me to your territory and giving me this opportunity to speak. Like Leonard was talking about, he talked about how it's nerve-wracking to speak in front of a home crowd. And I can't say this is a home crowd, except that Judy did me the favor of inviting my wife to be here today. And I can tell you, in the last year, I've spoken at the UN. I've spoken at the House of Commons at a committee on the toxic drug supply. I have spoken with the White House drug policy team. I have been around the world, like literally around the world in the last year. And I don't feel more nervous. I've never felt more nervous than I feel speaking with you today, because Rhonda's here. So Rhonda is here helping me feel really nervous, because the reality is that I can go home after speaking at any of those other places and I can tell her always it went really well. And if she wasn't there to know any better, then she just knows it went really well. So she's here with me today, and my mouth's been dry. I've been sipping water, and hopefully I don't need to go to the washroom halfway through my talk. So my name's Nathaniel Day. I'm a physician. I'm an addiction doctor, and I've got a bunch of fancy things there behind my name, but you know, to be honest, those don't really mean anything if I can't bring to you something of value. I have felt so welcome, and the things that people have shared with me since we arrived, the sharing of your medicines, and being able to participate in the cultural event last evening, I feel like I've been given so much in the last 24 hours. And my hope is that for each of you, you're able to get something from me. So I hope that in what we talk about today, I ask for your help to please try and find, if it's only one thing that can be useful for you or your family or for your community, that you try, in what I talk about, you try to find that one thing that's useful for you, so that I can give back at least something to you for all of the amazing things that have been given to me. Now, I have a plan to cover a few things today. I want to talk about addiction in general, very quickly. I want to talk about prescription opioids and how prescriptions are wrecking people's lives. You know that already, but I want to talk about why. And I want to talk about whether or not addiction treatments work. And so I want to talk a little bit about that. And then after we get through that, I do want to talk about some of the interesting, novel things that we're doing in Alberta. Not because necessarily you'll want to replicate them and do them here, but there may be pieces of what we're doing that are useful for you. And I'll be around for the day, and if there's anything that was interesting to you, you'd like to chat with me about it, please don't hesitate to approach me. I'd be very happy to chat about anything that comes up and anything that's interesting to you about it. And then last of all, I'm going to talk a little bit about alcohol. And the preview around alcohol is that so much of the conversation around addiction over the last 15 years has been around opioids. And the fact of the matter is that in Canada, more people die from alcohol-related complications than even opioids. And so opioids have sucked out all the oxygen from the room, so to speak. They get all the headline attention. And we need to also, I wouldn't feel right having a conversation today without talking about alcohol. So I want to talk about addiction. And so in this slide, I hope what you see is that addiction is something that all of us are at risk for. And the reason we're at risk for addiction is that in our brains, there are some chemicals that really work to make us feel good. And we all know that. So who had coffee today? All right. Who ate today? All right. So when we eat, we get a bump in something called dopamine that makes us feel good. And so if we eat amazing, delicious food, so think about last night at the cultural event, there were some sweet, fatty snacks that were great. If we take the favorite thing you have to eat and you eat that, your dopamine is going to surge up by about 50 points, and it's going to make you feel good. And that's a reward to train you to do it again, okay? So we all need this. Animals need it. The mice in the fields need it. The deer that are walking in the ditch that I'm terrified of running in front of my car, they need it. We all eat, and we are rewarded for eating, so we'll do it again and we don't starve. If you actually blocked this and you took away dopamine from eating, you would lose your drive to eat. And you wouldn't be bothered. But anyway, dopamine when we eat surges. If you drink water when you're thirsty, you get dopamine. If you have sex, you get dopamine. If you feel cared about and loved, you get dopamine. All of these things, and it's natural, it's normal, and our brain is always trying to go back to normal, right? So you get a little bump, and then you're back to normal. Christmas morning, you get presents, you feel cared about, you have a whole bunch of food, but Christmas morning, that good feeling, it can't last forever. It's gone a few hours later. It's gone the next day. Dopamine's always going back to normal, and that's how our brains are designed. Okay, so nicotine also gives us 150% of the baseline, cocaine 350% baseline, alcohol 200% baseline, methamphetamine 1,000% baseline. So that's when someone who's struggling with methamphetamine says, you know, it's better than ... It's wrecking havoc in their brain, and it lasts a long time. So instead of a little bump, you know, like if you eat a really yummy dessert and then you go for a second piece, the second piece already doesn't taste as good, right? That's because the dopamine's already coming back down. It only lasts for a short amount of time. Methamphetamine lasts a long time. Heroin, 900% baseline. So these horrible drugs, they're designed to make us want to use them more. And it isn't about whether you're a good person or a bad person. It isn't about whether you are, have strong willpower or you don't have strong willpower. Your brain is saying to you, whoa, that was really great, do it again. And it's a chemical reaction. And so one of the things when I'm working with patients that I want them to understand is that when your brain starts craving something, when you know it's wrecking your life, you know it's wrecked your family, you know it's caused you to do crazy things that have hurt other people, and still your brain's saying, hey, that was really awesome. That's not you, that's not your spirit, that's not your inside. That's just the chemicals talking in your brain, just reminding you, just like they remind you you should eat or drink, hey, you're feeling down, we could fix that down feeling just by doing ... And so from a shame point of view, from a guilt point of view, we need to get away from that and recognize that there's some crazy stuff happening in our brains, and we can be in charge of it. So we can take a step back and we can, as was talked about yesterday, we can change those pathways, we can confront the challenge, we can grow from the experience, and we can make different choices. Okay, so, and I know I've got all these kooky, technical slides here, but these slides teach points that changed my life in how I saw addiction, so I have to share them with you. So we're talking about this reward and the reward system. So I'm gonna come over here and stand. Hopefully that doesn't make the feedback happen. you see on this slide, this is baseline. So that's that dopamine feeling pretty normal. And this is an experiment where they gave an animal some morphine. So morphine's an opioid just like fentanyl's an opioid. And what they found is that 1 hour after they gave the morphine, a set dose, they had this surge of that reward activity that felt really great for the animal. And then very quickly it dropped back down. The very next day, they gave the same animal the same amount of morphine. What do you notice about it? It's a lot less. I heard that. Someone said it's a lot less. Yeah. And what do you notice about here? It's lower. So in just 1 day, so this is the baseline, this is the first day of morphine, the second day of morphine, the third day of morphine, the fourth day of morphine. What you see is that morphine drug is not making that animal or that person feel as good anymore. It's not working as well. And we're spending a bunch of time where we're worse off than we were before we took the drug in the first place. I have said to many patients over the years that I've worked with that if we were cruel, if we were evil, and we were trying to destroy people's lives, and we were going to do it by a drug, an opioid would be a great place to start because you get less and less reward over time, and as you get less reward over time, you spend more and more time feeling worse than you ever felt in the first place. And I've got sorry news for you. That also applies to prescription opioids. So we take a prescription opioid for pain, for chronic pain. The drug companies lied about it. It doesn't fix anything long-term. Opioids, from a long-term point of view, they numb us so that we can ignore the pain, but they don't actually fix the pain. But our brains believe it fixed it because it fixed it the first few times we took the opioid. Now, I've got this picture of a Band-Aid. Before we had the trophy, the rewards. This is the anti-reward pathway in your brain. So this is the opposite to rewards. This is your brain trying to shut down the overstimulation of the reward pathway. And what you'll see is that first dose of morphine, the anti-reward pathway gets activated. We got to shut this morphine down. The second day, it says, oh my gosh, there's more of this artificial synthetic garbage that's trying to wreck how my brain works. I need to really crank up the anti-reward pathway and crank up the anti-reward pathway even more and even more. Our brains are fighting against these drugs naturally without us doing anything about it. That's why if I'm addicted to fentanyl, I need more and more and more over time. And if I stop using it, my anti-reward pathways become hyperactive and I feel horrible and I get terribly sick. Now, something that I've heard from family members is that they can't understand their loved one in addiction who is suffering so much and doing so many crazy things. They're not even taking care of their babies. They're not even feeding themselves. That they've become a rotten person. And I want to talk about that sort of stigma for a second because I want to point out that as soon as a person gets trapped by these drugs, the natural rewards for looking after your own children, the natural rewards for eating when you're hungry, for drinking when you're thirsty, for caring about someone, for connection, those natural rewards are essentially destroyed by the anti-reward pathways. So their brain's been cranked down so much that the only thing that can activate the reward pathway in a meaningful way is the drug. So they haven't changed in terms of their soul, their spirit, who they are. But their brain has changed so that the reward from eating is so minor, it's so irrelevant that they don't eat. That the reward for loving and caring that baby who you know they love. Before they got an addiction, they loved that child. They'd do anything for that child. It's been turned down. It's essentially been turned off. And if we can get back into recovery and we can get rid of these drugs, that we can get our person back. And so let's avoid the shaming and the stigma and that sort of thing. And let's remember that that's our real loved one on the other side, and we need to help get them back. Okay, so I want to talk about, I've been really harsh on those prescription opioids, and I want to tell you why. When I was in medical school more than 20 years ago, we were taught the lies that the big drug manufacturers had, that prescription opioids were safe. If you had chronic pain, you could take them forever. There's no addiction risk. And I saw firsthand that didn't seem right. I saw people struggling. But there was a big study done. So there were about 15,000 people who got an opioid and about 30,000 who didn't. This is done on teenagers who are going to get their wisdom teeth out. Okay? So 45,000 teenagers getting their wisdom teeth out. A third of them are given an opioid prescription just for a few days after their wisdom teeth surgery. The other 30,000 were given Advil, or another form of Advil. What they found is that of the ones who received an opioid prescription just for a few days, and none of them had used opioids before, none of them had an opioid addiction issue, all those people were screened out for this study. What they found is that almost 7% of the patients who got an opioid had features of opioid use disorder or were trying to get more opioid prescriptions in the next year. Whereas the kids who got Advil, only 0.1% were having diagnostic features of opioid use disorder or were looking for opioid prescriptions in the next year. Tell me, which of us, so I'm a dad, I've got sons and daughters, which of us would gamble at a 6.9% rate that our kid's going to develop an opioid problem when they could take another medication that's not an opioid that will work just as well to control their pain after a dental surgery? I know I would not take a 20-sided die, a 5% chance, and cast it at a lifelong opioid problem for one of my loved ones. And our doctors are not doing a good enough job of warning people. Now, if I had a kidney stone right now, I'd be the first in line at the emergency department saying, I've got a kidney stone and I'm in terrible pain and I need to have something that will help with my pain and will help me survive today. I want the shortest amount and the smallest amount necessary, and I don't want to take anything home more than I need to. I get it. There's a use for these medications, but we need to be very, very careful about exposing our loved ones to medications that can wreck their lives. And opioids are making their way into high schools and junior high schools. This is a big problem. So if you look at this here, this is from Ontario. 2021, prescription opioids, 12.7% of high school and junior high school students said that they had tried them. In 2023, that had risen to 21%. That's a huge problem. I've had people say to me, Nathaniel, why do we still have an opioid overdose crisis? 50,000 people who are opioid users are already dead. When are we going to run out of people who are going to die? Well, we are making new victims in our high schools, in our junior high schools, and we need to stop doing that. This is Ontario data as well. Prescription pain relievers, even the ADHD medications, things like that. The use and it's the different grades in high school, and I won't spend a bunch of time on that. It's a big problem. There are three major factors for why a young person will try a substance for the first time. This has been studied for decades. We know that this is true. 3 major factors. If the drug is available, well, there's a chance they'll use it. If it's not available, if it's not in the community, they have no chance to use it. If the cost is high, they won't use it because kids generally don't have a wallet full of money. But if the cost is cheap, they will use it. And perception of risk. So if a kid thinks about it as risky, they're not going to try it as often as if they see it as not risky. Then they're going to try it. Yesterday there was talk about cannabis use and its very negative impacts in the developing brain. Well, we've done a really good job in Canada over the last decade to de-risk cannabis and to normalize it. We've legalized it, it's available, you can purchase it in all kinds of different places, and people aren't talking about the risk enough. And from an opioid point of view, we've used language that normalizes and pretends that opioids are safe. So think about it for a second with a safe supply program. It increases availability, it reduces cost, and just the word safe or safer implies that it might be something that's okay to play with. We are doing a really big disservice to our young people in how we're approaching the toxic overdose crisis if we're not careful about our language. When I went to high school way back when, in the early 1990s, nobody in my high school would have thought that heroin was safe, right? So the kids who were using substances were using alcohol, and they were using cannabis. They were sort of really risky kids who were using cannabis. Nobody was using heroin. That would be crazy. Then when I went to university, some kids were dabbling in cocaine, and even that seemed really risky. In the 1990s, there were ad campaigns about methamphetamine, and they'd show people with all their teeth falling out and all that stuff. Those campaigns were done just to increase the perception of risk. That was the whole point of them, and they were effective. We have to be really careful about how we talk about these things. Hydromorphone is the same as heroin, and we need to be really, really cautious about giving the wrong message to our kids. Okay, so what? Our brains adapt to drugs rapidly, we get less rewards from drug over time, and our natural rewards mean less, so we need to not beat people up who are struggling. With opioids especially, the adaptation means we get sick when we stop, and we become convinced that we can't live without them, and we believe that they're helping even when they no longer are helping. And so I would love for you to take that mousetrap with the pill. Just because it comes from a doctor or it comes from a pharmacy doesn't mean it's safe. We need to be very careful about that. So what can we do? What can a community do? What can our communities do to fight overprescribing? I don't have the answer for that, but I think it's a question that is worth contemplating. Opioids, including codeine, so codeine in Tylenol 1s, codeine in Tylenol 3s, that works as a painkiller, the codeine, because your liver turns it into morphine. That's how codeine works. That's an opioid. There's a reason I used the slide that had morphine on it and showing how your brain adapts to that over time. There's research that shows that if grandma with her bad hip has prescription opioids in her medicine cabinet, that the other people who live in the house with her are statistically more likely to end up with an opioid problem. Just because there's an opioid in the house. So, we need to maybe keep our prescriptions locked up if we need them. I'm not telling you to go to your doctors and get off of all your medications. That's not my intention today. But we need to lock those down. If you have any say over what the pharmacy, if you've got pharmacies in your communities, if you have any say over what the pharmacy's doing, maybe over-the-counter codeine's a bad idea. Maybe they should stop selling it. And how can we help our young people understand that pharmacy does not equal safety? These are really important things for us to think about. Okay, we're going to take a different tack now, and we're going to move on. And I'm using up lots of my time already, so I'm sorry. We're going to need to rush a bit. Addiction treatments work. And there's nothing about these different addiction treatments that says that we can't use them in conjunction with other awesome things. So one of the most important things that I see in my clinical practice for a person doing well with addiction treatment isn't just that they take a pill that a Western doctor has prescribed for them. It's also that they are connecting with family, with culture, with their community, that they're able to get back to work or volunteer work or do things that allow them to feel connected. Remember those natural chemicals that reward our brain for being connected, being cared about, loving others? As we can use all of these different things together, it's the togetherness that gives us our best results. But opioid addiction treatments, for example, reduce all-cause mortality by more than 50% if we can use them. If you look at people who went, this is a great study, they took basically groups of 100 people. If you basically took 100 people and put them in, this is out of Boston, out of Harvard. If you took 100 people and gave them detox only, 2 out of the 100 would be dead within a year. If you sent them to bed-based treatment, you could reduce their mortality by 37%. If you could give them opioid agonist therapies, this is for people with opioid use disorder, fentanyl addiction, you could reduce their mortality in the next year by 66%. And best of all, if you can give them all of those things, so you can give them the supports, you can give them bed-based treatment, you can give them the medications, if you can combine all of those things together, they were able to reduce all-cause mortality for these individuals by 89%. And I think all of us would take 89% for our loved ones. Now I'm going to talk about some work I've done in Alberta. The Virtual Opioid Dependency Program is the first program that I started. And I have this picture here for a very specific reason. I had worked in addictions for a few years and I had gotten burnt out. As the opioid crisis was expanding, I saw patient after patient go through bed-based treatment, go home, relapse, overdose, and die. And I was hurt inside and I couldn't do it anymore, so I was doing brain injury rehab. I had all my addiction certifications and they were all parked on the shelf. In brain injury rehab, I was asked to go to Calgary to see 2 young men who had had serious overdoses and were now brain injured in the hospital, to see whether or not our brain injury program could help them. One was a young man who'd just come out of jail. He had detoxed in jail. He was living in his parents' basement. They found him blue, did resuscitation. He survived, but was forever changed. The second person had gone through bed-based treatment and was in sober housing. They were not offered opioid agonist therapies. Their brother died. So his brother died of an overdose. That was so overwhelming for him, he slipped, used, and had an overdose himself, was resuscitated, and was in the brain injury rehab program. So I was driving back to Ponoka, where I live in rural Alberta, and I was thinking about those 2 men, and they're going to require lifelong care. And I was thinking, man, we do such a terrible job of helping people who are vulnerable get access to care. It's so hard to get care. The amount of money that we're going to spend on long-term care for these 2 men is enough that you could help thousands of people. And so I was thinking about that. There was something in my heart that was saying, we need to do something different here. Then I was on call at our psychiatric hospital. And actually, just saying this, I already have shivers for me. I can close my eyes and I can still see her and I can still see the room. This was many years ago now. I met a lovely young Indigenous woman who had done a ton of good and right things. So she was addicted to fentanyl, yes. She was living in the city. And she recognized she was pregnant. And she said to herself, I don't want to deliver a baby who's sick from withdrawal. I can't be that person. I'm a mother now, and I need to get my situation sorted out. And so she did. So she went to a clinic. She got started on evidence-based treatment medications. She stabilized. She was so healthy and well, actually, that by the time baby was born, baby went home with her. A huge success. All of us would celebrate. And she realized that in the large urban center, all alone as a first-time mom in early recovery, that she was overwhelmed. So she did what any reasonable, rational person would do. She called up her mom back on the reserve that she was from, and she moved home to get help. Well, the methadone program in the city cut her off her treatment medication because they couldn't see her for follow-ups, and she wasn't going to be able to dose at the pharmacy that they're associated with. So she white-knuckled it for a while, and then she had a slip, and she used, and she was under monitoring by Children's Services because she was so early in her recovery, and baby was apprehended. So I was sitting across the table talking with this young lady because she had attempted suicide. And so I was doing a suicide admission. Our system was set up for her to fail. She had done so many right things. She had made so many sacrifices. She had worked so hard for this baby, and now the baby's gone, and her life, from that moment, her life felt like it wasn't worth living. And so in that moment, I knew that I had a mission to do, that we couldn't let this happen to somebody else. So we started in Alberta, this is back in 2016, what we call the Virtual Opioid Dependency Program. And this is from our website. This is the slogan. This is a public, not-for-profit. This is not trying to sell anything. But VODP, how can we help? Because if we won't help you, you called us for a reason. If we can't help you, nobody else will. So our mission is, if you call in and you've got an issue, we can help you. So you just moved from the city and your provider cut you off. Let's get you your medication today. You just got out of jail and you're craving like crazy, and if you don't get some help right now, you're going to relapse and you're going to end up back in the remand. Let's help you today. You just got out of detox and you're craving more than you thought that you would. Let's help you today. You ran out of fentanyl and you're sick as a dog. And I have literally had people crying on the other side of the phone because they can't believe a public service can actually help them right now when they're calling. So in Alberta today, any resident in any community, on reservation, off reservation, can call a toll-free number. They can get help today. There's no wait time, there's no delay, there's no cost. You just phone in. If you've been using fentanyl or other opioids, we can help you. Any emergency doctor, so we did training for all the emergencies in Alberta, where if you come in from an overdose, let's get you started on treatment medications now, not next week or next month. They can help save a life. We can help that in any care setting, corrections, we can help. And it works, and I won't belabor this. What I can tell you is the stats and the graphs show us that people are doing better with the help that they're receiving. Now, I'm very, very excited about this slide. So right from the beginning, there were some people who said, oh, Dr. Day, do you have permission to work with First Nations on reserve? Because that's a Health Canada jurisdiction. And I was naive at the time, and I said, well, I don't really care what's a Health Canada jurisdiction or not. This is somebody who's calling, and I didn't know that we'd get in trouble for that, but what we did is we said, this is a human being on the other side of the line, and they have nowhere else to turn, so of course we'll help them. And we used the Health Canada telehealth sites, and we worked with the nations in that, and it's been amazing. Some of my favorite patients who have had such massive success stories are First Nations people, Indigenous people living on reserve. But one of the communities in Alberta, and I'm not going to name them because this is their story, and they've been sharing it in Alberta with some of the other nations, and I'll talk about that. But one of the nations came to us and they said, Dr. Day, we like your program, it's helping some of our people, but we know we can do better. Let's work together. So how VODP works is that there's doctors and then there's a case team, case managers who work with clients. They said, we want to be our own case managers. We don't want outsiders as our case managers. We want our own health team to be involved. We said, great. We're delighted to work together. And so the health unit on that nation, they are now the case managers. And in fact, actually, I just heard this earlier this week, that there are a bunch of people in that nation who are getting treatment who don't know that they're a VODP patient, because they were doing some surveying stuff and some data collection, and they just assume that all their care is through the nation, through the health clinic. And I said, that's great. There's no limit to the good you can do if you don't mind who gets the credit. That's great, so long as they're getting the help. So anyway, with that nation, because they're trusted people in the community who are saying, hey, this medication, we saw this medication work really well for your neighbor, and people are picking up. We've never had more people get care in that nation than we ever had before. And because we're working and collaborating together and there's trust, more people in that nation than in any other rural community were taking the best option available, which in my opinion is the long-acting Suboxone. It's a once-a-month injectable. And that way the person doesn't have to be at the pharmacy and you're not doing transport back and forth and all of those sorts of things. And if a person has a slip or a relapse, the medication's there protecting them from overdose. And the next day they wake up, and because they have the depot in, the medication's still working, it's still running, and so they're fine. They don't have to get sick or restart or whatever, they just move forward. That nation called us up. So this is in our first year of working together. They called us up after the Christmas holiday, and they said, this is the first time in many years we had no overdoses over Christmas and New Year's. We said, that's amazing. We're so excited. And so we've started some work where there's a whole handful of other nations in Alberta that are working with us. We have a Prius grant in Alberta, which is an innovation grant, where we can do data collection and we can implement, and each nation's implementing in their own way, in their own version of this. But the idea is let's walk the path together, let's work together so that the people who need help get the help that they need. And in working together, we can achieve much better results than we ever imagined. I want to mention this Sublocade, this injectable. We've also used it in a low barrier harm reduction way for people who are not ready or planning to stop using drugs. So if we give them the injectable, it helps them stabilize. They're still using, but they often end up using less, and they slowly stabilize over time. I personally had a patient like this where she'd tried everything before. She'd tried all the harm reduction strategies. She was living in Edmonton in a harm reduction housing, going to the supervised consumption site, but she was so tired, so worn out from it all. And so she wanted to try the Sublocade. And anyway, she went from using 5 times a day to 5 times a week to eventually 5 times a month, and then eventually once or twice a month. And by the time she got to that once or twice a month, she said, I don't want to live in harm reduction housing where people are using all the time. I want to live in regular housing. And she was so well, actually, that for the first time in years, she was able to access her kids and have those rewards that she deserved and needed. So we're in the middle of submitting a manuscript for publication on this harm reduction approach using Sublocade, where our data is showing about an 85% reduction in overdose for people who go on it. We've been working with police and with corrections, and I'm nearly out of time. So I'm just going to really breeze through this quickly. If a person's in police cells and they're withdrawing, it's not okay to just let them suffer. We can use the confidential phone booths at the police. You know, it's not a police intervention. We can use the confidential phone booths that they would use to speak with a lawyer, speak with the virtual team, have medication delivered to the cell block so that person can relieve their suffering, present themselves better in front of the justice of the peace, and have a path forward for treatment. And I can tell you that just under 10% of those people who never went to the cell block for treatment that day, right? None of them said, hey, arrest me so I can get treatment. They could just phone the toll-free number if that's what they wanted. But of those people who are going there and sort of are accidentally bumping into treatment, 10% of them are on treatment 90 days later. In terms of corrections, I'm going to just use 3 extra minutes, if that's okay. In terms of corrections, imagine the old way. You show up in corrections, nobody screens you for opioid use, you're super sick, someone on your unit is on Suboxone, so for a price, they'll spit out one of their tablets or films, and so you get this gummy mess, but it helps, so you take it. It makes you feel halfway better. You can hardly wait to get out and start using again because you've been so sick and this system sucks. We were asked to come in and help corrections in Alberta figure this out. You arrive in remand, you're not quite sick because in the cell block at the police station, they actually got you assessed and treated. The nurse at intake asks you how you're feeling, and we do a video of that person with consent that goes to the addiction specialist. The addiction specialist then sends recommendations for that person, which they can accept or refuse. We can arrange for an in-person assessment if they need. But we were able to take our wait times for getting assessment and treatment in the correction system from about 3 months to about 0.9 days by doing it this way. And in that 0.9 days, just imagine, you've been treated compassionately, respectfully. This is not a corrections intervention, this is a healthcare intervention. You get started on appropriate effective treatment medications to help you, including we offer that expensive but best-in-class Sublocade once-a-month shot. You feel probably about 90% better, and we talk treatment. We talk about what are the next steps, how can Wellbriety, how can 12-step groups help you? Let's connect you with the addiction counselor. And you might still be thinking about using on release, but you're feeling better and you know that there are options, and options that worked for you. So anyway, I'm just going to quickly go through this. I'm going to tell you, since we implemented this is poisonings inside our correctional facilities. They've dropped like a rock. Fatalities of drug poisonings in our correctional facilities. Since we fully implemented the project, we've had no fatalities in our correctional facilities. And then our overdose mortality for our mortality on release has down. And I'm just going to sort of skip through this, and I'm just going to explain something. In Alberta, overdose mortality is down about 40% overall. And so we can't, the challenge is that if the community overdose numbers are way better, then you can't say that anything we did in corrections made that happen, right? So if correction numbers are better because the community is better, well then how do we know what impact we had? So what we did is we adjusted our numbers. So we compared the corrections mortality to the community mortality as a ratio to say, are we getting better compared to the rest of the community? So back in 2019, for every death in the community, we had 70 corrections release deaths. Shocking, okay? So for every 1 death in community, 70 corrections. 68 in 2020, 62 times in 2021. We did our big implementation halfway through 2022, and it dropped to 41 times. And our 2023 data, which is not perfect pure data, and if we had time we could talk about that, we actually have dropped, our ratios dropped to 10 times. So doing the right thing for people in the right way, no surprise to anybody in our audience here today, can make a difference. We can genuinely help people who need help, and we just need to do it, and do it in the right way and follow the evidence. Recovery is a journey of healing and transformation, and we need to work together. I promised I'd talk about alcohol, and what I'm going to just say about alcohol is that there are effective treatments. 12-step works, counseling works. There are treatment medications that, sort of like the harm reduction approach for opioids, there are treatment medications for a person who's not ready to quit drinking that will help them get less reward from drinking, so they'll drink less. So they'll have less drinking days, and on their drinking days, they'll drink less. And that can help them start to get control, on top of some folks who will just quit drinking altogether. So there are some things that we can do, and if we can combine all of these things together, we can really help our communities. And I'll just leave that slide up there for you to read. Thank you very much for your time.
Wonderful. Kukshechim, Dr. Nathaniel. Again, you have your question boxes on your tables. If there's any questions you have for Dr. Nathaniel after today, any of the treatments, shared stories, any of those pieces, please write them down, any comments that you would like to share with him. And in the meantime, we are going to go into a break, so please get a good stretch in. Looks like there's some snacks and refreshments over here. We're going to come back at 11:15, so it's going to be a shorter break today. So we'll see you back at 11:15.
bell. I was thinking to myself, this could be heaven or this could be hell. lit up a candle and she showed me the way. They were moseying down the corridor. I thought I heard them say, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely face. Oh, there's plenty of room at the Hotel California. Any time of year you can find us here. Okay, I think we're good now. They're done their test.
Okay. All right, everybody, we're ready to come back. Grab your seats. Get ready for some good medicine from Dallas. Dallas was here last night as well, so we're honored to have him back today. All right, so we just have about just over 45 minutes until our lunch break. Again, we'll start lunch today at 12:15. So folks are ready to come back. We're ready to get started. All right. Let's give a big welcome to Dallas Arcand.
All right, thank you. It's a good honor to be here to share with you today. Now, I was told to come and speak on some of the matters at hand in the communities I'm aware of that, there's a lot of addictions problems in our communities. A lot of things plague our communities nowadays, everything from health to addictions to education to lack of funding. And I'm sure we all know these things really well. But one thing I've been really thinking about lately, I don't know if I'm just a weirdo. You guys can label me a weirdo, I guess, for thinking it, but I'm going to share something with you that, and no offense to anybody if I share this, it's been on the tip of my tongue, and I just don't know how to say it or what to say about it. I guess maybe holding it in isn't really good either, right? So I don't know how to say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. So, back in the early days, they say the first Europeans arrived here back in 1497, they say, right? 1492 if you're in the States, right? Christopher Columbus. But the Canadian version of that is 1497. A fellow by the name of Giovanni Cabato, aka John Cabot, arrived in what we know today as Newfoundland. So, one thing I was thinking about, and some of the problems that we have in our communities, I was thinking, because there's so many of these conferences going on all over the place talking about these problems. And I thought to myself, I'm just one person, I'm just an artist, maybe I got the artist mind. But I was thinking, when Europeans arrived here, they said, oh, you Indians are savages. You guys don't speak your language. We're gonna teach you better, right? We're gonna teach you about God and all that, right? They're gonna put you in residential schools. You guys can't, it's no good to speak your language, practice your culture. That's savagery. So anyways, we all know that, right? We all know that history. It's well known by now of the names that we've been called. But what I don't get, looking around 2025, all these cultures from around the world, they come to Canada and they're actually encouraged to speak their language. If they come from India or Pakistan or China or Japan, and they come here and they bring their, hello? Hello? Okay, I thought I got cut off there for a second. I thought that was my cue to shut up. But anyways, I'm just trying to make a point here is that, like, a lot of people don't realize what we've been through as First Nations people. A lot of these people that come here privileged to speak their language, practice their culture, bring their church here, bring their culture here. Sure, it's awesome because I love Asian food, I love Indian food. I love going for pho, Vietnamese, I love the food. But what I don't get is how Canada is backwards, I think the problem has to do with what they did to us and what we continue to still do to ourselves. And I think that's a problem in our communities. And I think the best thing that our leadership can do for that is to take more control. To take more control and more ownership of that. I recently learned that there's a difference between leadership and control, right? So, for example, there's a forest fire. We're not going to use leadership to solve that, right? We're going to want to control that, right? We're going to want to put out that fire. Same thing, I think we can treat our opioid crisis or the problems in our communities. I think we need to just take control of those things to be stewards of our own destiny in a way. I just wanted to kind of start off today with that little statement, that little philosophy, because in all reality, when the first Europeans first came here, they told us, oh yeah, you guys can't speak your language. But fast forward to now, they tell people that, oh yeah, you can come here. Canada is a multicultural country. But yet, our First Nations people are still suffering from what initially happened. And I think we're on a good road, a good path to reconciliation because, there's a lot of good changes happening out in the world. There's a lot of good things happening across the country. All of you are doing a great job. All of you are still committed to doing that and being part of this, putting on events like this. That's where it's at. So anyways, I'll get back, enough about that, and now I'll get back to me, to sharing my story about who I am. If you guys don't know me, my name is Dallas Arcand. I come to you from Alexander First Nation. It's in Treaty 6 territory. I've been here before in Williams Lake a few times. It's always an honor to be back and be in your territory. Anyways, the First Nations where I come from is Alexander. We're mostly Cree, and even though some of our community members won't admit it, they're part Stoney too, or Nakota Sioux. And I don't know why they don't like Stonies. Crees and Stonies, hey, they don't get along. They always fight. Anyways, our community is part Stoney too, even though most of the Crees won't admit it. And there is a big major Métis influence in my community, because everybody likes the jig, hey? Even though we're not Métis, we do the jig, hey? People play the fiddle. That's my community, Alexander First Nation. We have a couple famous people from there too. I'm sure you guys have heard of Don Burnstick, hey? Uncle Don. Yeah, he's from there. Yeah, that's Don Burnstick. Him and I, we share the same community. We have some more famous people. I'm sure you guys have heard of my cousin there, Smudgepan, Conway Kootenai. He's doing pretty good in his life. He's making movies, doing comedy. And also we have from my community, Nathaniel Arcand. I'm sure some of you have seen him on some movies and stuff. He's a very famous Indigenous celebrity, and he's still out there doing pictures and films and movies. And I think he was on that new Avatar film, that series I think he was on. Anyways, I'm really proud of my community. I'm really proud to be from Alexander First Nation. Grateful for my community. Our leadership over there is trying their best to to do things for the community as well. And you know, it's not easy. I know, being a leader, I did run for leadership in my community, and I didn't get in as a council member, but I think I did my job as a leader to at least push forward good leaders and call for good leaders. And I think that we all collectively can work together like that. Anyways, part of my story and who I am, and why I guess I'm some sort of interest to anybody is I overcame a lot of things in my life. First of all, I overcame poverty, and that's a really hard thing to overcome. You know, as especially as an Indigenous person, you know, because I remember when I was just starting out, nobody wanted to give me a job. You know, it was really hard. And I think that's why a lot of our young people end up in gangs or in jail. That's why the population is really high. Because from a first person's account, from my account, like that's how I ended up in jail at 14 years old. I ended up in jail because nobody would give me a job. Nobody would give me an opportunity. The only thing I could do was bad. The only thing I could do, which, you know, was I regret doing. I regret going to steal and stealing stuff, but that was the only thing I could do to survive, to make money. And you know, that's what it's all about survival. And I think a lot of our people get pushed into those corners, into those dark places where we have no choice but to survive. You know, we either get put into those places or we either get enabled. I noticed there's two differences. There's people that get spoiled too much and get enabled, and then there's people that are in survival mode. And I was one of those people in survival mode because I was the poorest of the poor on the res. I was the poorest kid on the res. Like, I was so poor, even the poor people on the res thought I was poor. That's how poor I was. You know, like, we were so poor. Yeah, I didn't have a vehicle. I remember when I just started going to powwows, I had to hitchhike everywhere. I had to hitchhike to go to powwows. You know, and that's because I wanted to go. I had an itch, I had to scratch, I had a burning desire that I wanted to do something with my life. I didn't want to just sit there and watch my life waste away, and I wanted to make my life better. I wanted to do things, you know. So I had that burning desire and that passion inside of myself to make something of myself. So ever since I was really young, I always, you know, I'm kind of a weirdo that way. Everybody used to get mad at me because I'd wake up really early in the morning, hey, just like a young elder. I'd wake up like 5 o'clock in the morning, and I still do that today. People still hate me for that. Like, why do you get up so early, Dallas? Why can't you sleep in? I'm like, I don't know. It's just because I don't want to miss anything, you know. I want to get up and do stuff, you know. I want to make progress. I want to train. I want to get better. I want to get stuff done, you know. Like, that's my mentality, you know. I want to enjoy life. You know, because if you think about it, you know, the average person sleeps about 1/3 of their life away, right? So me, being a big thinker, I wanted to reduce that a little bit, and maybe about 25% is good, maybe not 1/3. So I decided, you know, like, that's just part of me and who I am. I've always been an early riser, and that reminds me of an elder teaching. You know, they teach us about Indian time, hey? There's 3 kinds of Indian time, right? There's that Indian time where, oh, yeah, I'm running late, Indian time. Or, oh, the grand entry at the powwow was supposed to start at 7 o'clock, but they never started till 9 on a Friday, hey? That's the Indian time. A lot of people know the metaphor of it. But there's some other Indian times that I wanted to share. So in my language, in Cree, we say ilhqot'in. That just means Indian time in Cree. So what that means is the elders teach us back home is that when the sun comes up in the morning, that's when you're supposed to get up, and you're supposed to use the whole day. And when the sun's out, you got to be out doing work, get as much done as you can in that day. And then when the sun goes down, well, it's time to you know, pack it in, get rested, get ready for the next day. You know, and that's, I remember when I was younger and I was a little kid, and the elders used to tell me, don't go play at night, hey, don't go play at night. And then as I got older, I realized that's the time for the spirits, hey? That's when the spirits roam around at nighttime, hey? And a long time ago, I used to hear stories, elder stories about how that they wouldn't allow children out at night, like back in the teepee days. I'm talking about the days where people used to live in teepees or pit houses or stuff like that. You know, back in those days, I heard stories about how they wouldn't let kids go out because they're afraid that they would get taken away, because kids are fresh out of the spirit world, you know. Kids are like spirits too. So anyways, back to Indian time. So that's how it's related to Indian time, you know. Like that's why, you know, I think there's a lot of problems in our community because somewhere along the line that was lost. You know, I think some communities should even enforce a curfew, you know, where people can't be out at a certain hour, you know. And my community, that's when the meth heads roam around on the most, is at the nighttime, hey? They call them meth zombies where I come from. And it's pretty scary, man. And yeah, they don't even seem like themselves, hey? Like people I knew growing up got into that meth, and you know, and you see them walking around, they just look like one of those zombies off of a zombie movie, you know, like. So anyways, that's one thing I guess maybe if our leadership can consider is implementing a curfew. Some reserves that I've traveled to across the nation, they have strict curfews. They even have gates to get in the res where, you know, we did that during COVID. I imagine if our opioid crisis gets that bad, we could actually block the roads and put up gates, you know, to stop people from bringing in the opioids in our community, you know. And it's our own people. But anyways, back to that Indian time, you know, I really think that's a good thing to bring back to our culture. And I think our elders will agree with that, you know, Indian time, that's the way. You know, when the sun comes up in the morning, then it's time for us to get up and make use of our day, right? And we got to make use of our life. You know, we're only gifted one life. Life is a gift, and we got to use it the best way we can. So the other Indian time that I want to talk about is when the time is right. They call that divine timing. You know, when it's supposed to happen, it will happen the way it's supposed to happen. You know, because you can plan all these things and you can do all these things, but, you know, when a baby's going to be born, right, it's going to be born. When we're going to die, we're going to die, right? We can't stop it. You know, we live and then we die. You know, that's the other real Indian time I want to talk about. Divine timing. When it's meant to happen, it will happen the way it's supposed to. And but that only happens, you know, I'm not talking about luck or anything. I'm talking about manifesting things and walking in the direction and the path of your dreams. Eventually those things will happen. So I didn't become a world champion by chance. Actually, that was a long thought out process to become a world champion in hoop dancing, and there was a lot of trials and tribulations with that because I almost gave up a few times. I almost quit. I had my own struggles with addiction too. I had my own struggles with poverty. I had my own struggles in my personal life where I almost quit, but dancing really saved my life and gave me so much more to live for in my life. You know, without hoop dancing though, I don't know where I would be. You know, I probably would have been in jail or on the streets with some of our people. You know, like some of my relatives are actually on the street right now, and it's kind of sad. You know, I wish that wasn't true, but that's the truth. But, you know, truth be told that, you know, we're all in charge of our own destiny. You know, so unfortunately some of our people end up in those places. I guess at the end of the day, all we could do is just pray for them and, you know, make them accountable somehow. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I know I'm accountable. If I end up on the streets or something like that, that's on me. You know, that's my fault. That's my own doing. I ended up there because of the decisions I made. You know, so it's always my goal to get up and work every day to make sure that I'm taken care of, my family's taken care of, my future is looking bright. I have responsibilities. You know, I got a book. Actually, I write in this book every day. I try to anyway. Some days I don't. Some days I'm just on autopilot. Like for the past month, I've been renovating my house, hey, in Edmonton. And, you know, I own a house in Edmonton. You know, I went from being in poverty to not being able to get a res house like the rest of us. The rest of you guys can't get a res house because you're not related to the chief. Hey, just kidding. But, you know, all the ones that are quiet are related. Just kidding. Just messing with you. Yeah, but you know what? Regardless of what, you know, like I think the reserve is honestly, you know, in some cases it can be pretty toxic at times, to be honest with you. You know, I can't stand being in my own community for a long period of time because, you know, there's so much toxicity there. There's stuff that, you know, like I have from my childhood that I carry there, that I go there, I could walk there and do whatever I need to do, but then I got to go away. You know, I do have family there. I do love my family, but a lot of them are stuck. And I'm out here, you know, doing my thing. You know, so it really makes it hard on me to go back and forth from that. So anyways, about the house. I bought my own house recently, and it took a lot of hard work to do it. And before I bought my house, I realized that I didn't know anything about money. I didn't know anything about financial literacy. And that's something that, you know, I didn't learn in school or anything like that. So I took it upon myself to take control of my own destiny. And I realized that, you know, when you buy a house or when you become a homeowner, all of a sudden you matter. It's like when I called the cops, for example, they weren't looking at me all suspicious. They were actually listening to me like I was their boss, eh? Because I'm a homeowner, you know, like they had to listen to me. I'm a taxpayer now. Eh? Anyways, I bought a house to show my children, my grandchildren, that that's possible. To be responsible, to be financially literate. It took me a lot of effort to do that, though. Like, I had to clean up my debt. I had to save money. I had to be disciplined. So, you know, it does take a lot of commitment to buy a house. But I really wanted to buy that because I wanted to invest in the future. And as an artist, I don't really have a retirement plan either. So that's kind of my retirement plan, is my house, my investment. And that's the way the world works. You know, and speaking about the people that I mentioned earlier that come to this country, to Canada, that's the first thing they do, is they buy a house and they buy property. And I think more and more of our people need to do that. You know, we need to start doing things like that in our community. And I think that's going to empower our people, you know, something to work towards, something that, you know, like, never mind the free housing, you know, like, let's invest outside of the res and buy the land back. You know, I see this land back thing all over, right? Like, give us our land back, give us our land back. I don't think that'll ever happen because, you know, they've given us some back. My res, we got TLE, traditional land entitlement, but again, they gave us the land they didn't want. They gave us the seismic oil rigged out land they didn't want. So anyways, that's something that I believe in, is that, you know, we can buy the land back, we can buy real estate, we can become real estate investors as Indigenous people. You know, we can control the economy, not just by going to Walmart, but I mean, we can control the economy by buying businesses, buying the houses, buying up pieces of land all over the place. And I see that happening in some areas of the country. You know, some places you go, they're actually doing pretty good in Indigenous communities. My community is doing all right. Enoch Cree Nation, oh man, those guys are doing really good. They own that River Creek Casino. They're doing really good over there. anyways, I'm going to go back into my story here a little bit and how I overcame addiction in my own life. Well, addiction, I think, is an ongoing thing. You know, I think all of us are addicted to something regardless. You know, some of you are addicted to bingo. Some of you are addicted to coffee. Some of you are addicted to cigarettes. I smoke cigarettes. You know, like I was cultured into it, you know. But there's addictions out there that are fatal and bad, you know, and I think all in all, I think as human beings, we just have we're just naturally like that. It's just a natural thing to be addicted to something, you know. Some people are addicted to watching Days of Our Lives at 1 o'clock every afternoon. You know, some people are addicted to exercise, you know. So what I found in my addictions, specifically with alcohol, is I realized that I was actually an addict before I even touched a cup of alcohol. And that's what they tell you in AA. Like, you can be an addict without even ever drinking a drop of alcohol. You know, you're kind of born into it. You know, I grew up watching adults drink and stuff like that, and it was really all I knew growing up. And I realized that, you know, I didn't want to live like that. But in some way, I kind of did. I kind of found a way to live like that. But anyways, I've had my own love-hate relationship with alcohol all my life. You know, I grew up in it. When I was younger, I tried it a few times. And I think it went in seasons of my life. You know, there's parts of my life where I would drink, and there's parts of my life where I don't drink. So right now, I'm on one of those parts where I'm not drinking. I'm not drinking any alcohol. You know, I'm not consuming any of that. I've never touched any of those hard drugs. My sister, though, so anyways, I'll tell you a little story about my sister. Her and I, we never grew up. We were separated at birth through adoption. And I have 3 other siblings. I have a brother and 2 sisters. So anyways, we all ended up getting adopted at birth. And my sisters ended up in the same home. My brother ended up in another home, and I ended up just on the res with family. Anyways, so my youngest sister, she was a single mother, and I seen her as, you know, I've always thought of myself as an Indigenous man to be a provider. So I thought, you know, my sister has kids, and I thought it would be a nice thing to do to help her out, you know, because I do have a res house. So I decided to bring her out to my res house and let her live there. And anyways, I did not know that my own sister was a meth head. I did not know. That's how good they hide it, hey? So I did not know that my own sister was into meth. But she told me, though. That was the other thing. She told me, and then she was a functioning meth head. And anyways, I was like, okay, well, thanks for telling me. You know, and anyways, I didn't know that when I left her there on the res that she actually became one of the biggest meth dealers out there on the res. And yeah, anyways, when I did find out, I was not too happy. Let's just say that my sister had to call the cops on me because I expressed that I was really angry with her for what she was doing. And anyways, the cops are called on me, and I got charged for breaking my own windows in my own house. But it's my house, eh? So anyways, I think my sister got the hint that I was really angry with her. And so anyways, once things cooled down, then I had a talk with her. I had a heart-to-heart talk with her. And she told me that she struggled with that for 15 years. She struggled with meth. And she was at this point, why we were fighting is because she lost her kids. The welfare took away her kids, and she was trying to be low key about it and still function. And anyways, it wasn't until we had this heart to heart conversation, me and my sister, I said, you know what? You're not showing me any appreciation and what I've done for you, what I've sacrificed for you. You know, I've given you a home. I've helped you out financially and all these things. And this is what you do with it. You know, you're doing these drugs. You're bringing all these people here. And, you know, I lost a lot out of this. You know, so this is just my personal account. I've lost thousands of dollars because my sister brought so many weird people around. They even stole my guns. I don't know how they found my guns. They got into my gun safe. And then I almost got charged for, like, some guy had my gun in Edmonton and committed a crime with it. And then all of a sudden the cops are calling me about this, right? So anyways, I'm just sharing my first-hand account with, you know, like, dealing with meth or what do they call it? They call it pint. They call it pint in our community. That's the code name for it. I don't even know what it looks like. Anyways, my sister and I, we had a heart-to-heart, and she came clean. And because I ranked out on her so bad, and I'm not proud of it. I'm kind of embarrassed that I ranked out so bad that the cops are called on me. And I got charged. And so anyways, when it came to that, my sister and I, we worked it out. So because of that, my sister and I, we talked on a heart-to-heart level, and then eventually she said, you know what, bro? I'm tired of this life too. I'm going to go to treatment. So my sister went to treatment. And ever since that day, you know, like, she relapsed once. She almost died. But then she went to treatment. She got herself better. But it's not easy coming out of that lifestyle. Just something to consider. After 15 years of her being in that lifestyle, she didn't know what to do with herself. She didn't know how to make a living. She didn't know how to function in society. So anyways, I'll just kind of wrap it up here, and then I'll share some songs with you guys. So anyways, she eventually got into treatment and got herself better, and I still had to deal with the RCMP. It's kind of weird that, you know, if you call somebody that's doing meth in the community, the RCMP won't do nothing about it. My sister was a meth head, called the cops on me, I got charged. It's kind of backwards, the law, hey, how it works. Anyways, I went and turned myself in to the RCMP. And I was like, you guys are weird. You guys are charging me for breaking into my own house. Anyways, I had to hire a lawyer because I didn't want a charge on my record because I would not be able to cross into the United States or still travel internationally. And that was scary for me. So I had to pay $10,000 for a lawyer. $10,000 just to erase that, just to say to them that, hey, he broke into his own house. But I didn't want to mess around, I didn't want to chance it. So I made sure to hire the best lawyer because the law is always against us as Indigenous people. That's the way I feel as an Indigenous person, that the law is always against us. You know, sure, they come into our community and be friendly, but man, when you're out there, the law, yeah, they don't really work for us. They kind of work against us. Anyways, that's just how I feel as an Indigenous person, and I believe I got the right to, and I don't know if you guys feel the same way, that the cops can be scary at times, especially with the interactions as Indigenous people. Some of the elders, I imagine some of you seen them taking away your siblings when residential school times were on. You know, so I can only imagine, you know, all Indigenous experiences with the law has been challenging over time. So anyways, enough about the heavy stuff now. I want to share a couple of songs with you guys. So I'm going to share, first of all, some healing music with you. I'm going to start off with a flute song. I'm going to play a song called Pisim. And this song is a song I wrote back in, back when I was making my third album. and I was, I think it was up for award at the Indigenous Peoples Music Awards. I just got to find a song here. And I don't have my flute songs written down. I'm just looking for another song that I have. Oh, it's called Life of a Nihia. Okay, that's the next one I'm doing. Okay, so this song is called Pisim. So Pisim is the Cree word for the sun. So I'm always grateful for the sun every day, and that's what I talked about earlier about Indigenous time. You know, when the sun comes up, then it's time to make use of your day. And I'm a big sun worshiper. I love the sun. You know, when I see the sun, then I know it's time to get up. I love watching the sunset and the sun down. You know, so that's why I made a song about it. Hope you guys enjoy it. Here we go. All right, I'm gonna share a song with you. This one is it's kind of half in Cree and half in English. Just like me, I'm a half breed. Some people don't like that, hey, when they say half breed. But I am. My dad's a Munyao. He's a white guy, hey. So I'm half white. I'm half Indigenous, and I'm okay with that. And I hope you guys are too, because when I was younger, they used to tell me, "Oh, you got to be one or the other. You're either native or you're white." I'm like, no, I didn't choose to be born this way. Sometimes I think like a Munyao, sometimes I think like a Nihiao, sometimes I think like a white guy, sometimes I think like a native person, you know? Kind of both ways. Even though I wasn't raised with my father, you know, I think I have those instincts. You know, that's where I get these green eyes from, hey? And my auburn hair, you know, because I'm part Viking, hey? I found out I was a Viking. Pretty scary, hey? Anyways, that's just me. I just wanted to share that. So this song is called Life of a Nihiao. It's in Cree, I say, Nimiwitin Nihiawian. Or what do I say? I say, Nimiwitin ota kaputakao aski. That just basically means I'm proud of my culture and I'm proud of where I'm from. I'm proud of my land. So where I'm from is called Kaputagao. Kaputagao is the Cree word for my community. It just means in the valley. So it's you know, our way of saying our community, Kaputagao. So if you ever go to Alexander First Nation, you'll see our sign that says Kaputagao, and that's what it means. Anyways. Living my life in Kaputagao, embracing the life of a Nihiao. on the reservation with my family. We'll make our house a happy home, hard working every day. We're on Indian time, chasing the sun, traveling the world, having fun. We're chasing the dream, you and me. So that's how it goes when you let your heart lead the way. So I say native pride, Yahweh, Yahweh, hey. Me wasin, Yahweh, Yahweh, hey. Nimi within ota, kapute kawaski. Hey, 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 Yahweh, Yahweh, hey. Hey, 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 Yahweh, hey. I'm a spiritual guy, a human being. That's what it means to be a Nihao, living with the land, speaking the language. I wake up every day feeling grateful to be alive. Everything I have, I earn myself, doing my best to keep good health, feeding the mind, body and soul. So that's how it goes when you follow the nature road. So I say native pride, Yahweh, Yahweh, hey. Me wasin, Yahweh, Yahweh, hey. Nimi within ota, native pride, Yahweh, Yahweh, hey. Me wasin, Yahweh, Yahweh, hey. Nimi within ota, kapute kawaski. Thank you. All right, I'm going to share another song here, and then I'll probably get into some, I'll try to do a little dance here, since you guys always like me to dance, eh? Since that's always my main thing. Anyways, I'm going to play, this is a song called Country Strong. I wrote this song in my community back in Alexander, because a lot of people love country music, you know, like back home. You know, we're surrounded by farm country, we're surrounded by, you know, I grew up on a farm basically, you know, like living on the res. We were kind of like farm people too, you know, we had gardens, had to go fix fences, shovel manure, do hard work, you know, like I was lucky to be trained that way as a kid, so, you know, I'm grateful for that teaching, because it taught me to be a hard worker. So, you know, that's what makes me country strong, you know. I'm kind of res rugged, hey. I'm from the res, and I'm kind of rugged, and I can survive anywhere, you know, put me anywhere. Even put me way out in the Chilcootins one time, and I survived, hey? Way out in Alexis Creek there at the Siwash gathering. I was surrounded by Chilcootins, and they're like, oh, you're a Cree, eh? Oh, we're going to scalp you. No, just kidding. No, I get along good with everybody, so right on. Thank you guys for having me here in your territory. I hope you guys are country strong too. I know you guys are. You guys are strong ranch people. You guys got to be strong to survive out here. All right, awesome. Here we go. dust and bones, diamonds and gold. The wind be a blowing across some prairies, rolling on them hills. A valley coal mine, go to work then home. I get up with the sun every morning, go until it's all done. Now I'll ride down this merry-go-round, round as she goes. When the country's strong, deep in your heart, and it's true, you live your life like a country song. When your country's strong, deep in your heart, and it's true, you live your life like a country song. Hey! There's an ocean of pearls we can search the world for. It's never too late for another adventure on the road again. There's no code for getting what you ask for, with no rhyme or reason, and it's just the season to leave as flow. Now I ride down this merry-go-round, round as she goes. When your country's strong, deep in your heart, and it's true, you live your life like a country song. When your country's strong, deep in your heart, and it's true, you live your life like a country song. Dust and bones, diamonds and gold. The wind be a blowing across some berries, rolling on them hills. A valley coal mine, go to work then home. I get up with the sun every morning and go until it's all done. All right, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so now I want to finish off on a high note, because I know you guys asked me to talk about some heavy stuff today, but I did it, okay, I did it. I apologize if I said anything you don't like. I tried my best. That's all I could do, is just share what I know, and you know, normally that's kind of not my sort of thing. You know, as an Indigenous person, I have my own stuff to deal with at times, and you know, sometimes I forget like about our other people out there struggling. You know, like and thanks for the reminder. Now it gives me something to think about in the future. But you know, I really think that the best way for our people to overcome these things is through education. Education is the way of the future. You know, that's what the elders have always said, that, you know, education is our buffalo. You know, because back home we used to rely on the buffalo a lot for food and all that. And anyways, I just thought of it like that. Like our education is our modern buffalo, or where you guys are from, education is your salmon. Education is your salmon. It's the way of the future, and I see a lot more educated natives nowadays in my travels. There's a lot more doctors out there, and back home where I come from, there's even some people that have got into psychology and stuff like that. So, anyways, I'm just trying to find my track here. Bear with me. I'm going to do. There we go. Okay, yeah. So I'm just gonna do kind of a modern. I'm gonna do a blend since I'm not dressed in my traditional regalia. I'm gonna do a kind of a more contemporary style performance for you. I'm gonna do it with. I don't know how many hoops I can do in this one. Yeah, I'm a pro. No, that's fine. I'll do it now. Get it done. Oh yeah, I got a book, by the way. So I'm officially an Indigenous author, hey? So I'm a new author now. So if you guys want, check me out after. That's one of many books. I actually put out a children's book too, so I got a couple of books out. And I got a follow-up to this book as well. So I believe that's the power, because when we're gone, what are we going to leave behind, right? So I just thought of that. Back in the day when I started hoop dancing, I was looking everywhere. Like, I was trying to find out, what is the hoop dance? And this is way before YouTube or the internet, hey? Like, when I started, there was no internet. There was no such thing as the internet when I started. I'm sure some of you can remember that, but when I started, there was no internet, nothing, man. There's no YouTube. Nowadays, you can YouTube how to make a ribbon skirt. I bet you some of you are wearing those ones that you made on the internet, eh? Hey, just kidding. No, but you could pretty much make anything nowadays. You can even find a guy on TikTok that tans moose hides, and he'll show you how to scrape them and everything. Man, when I started, I had nothing. But that's why I wrote this book, though, so the future generations, when I'm gone 100 years from now, this book will still be around, and it'll be a contribution to our indigeneity, I guess, in a way, something as part of the legacy. Anyways, I'm going to dance with 13 hoops. The reason why I use 13 is because every year we got 13 moons that go around the earth. So to me, it made more sense to use 13. I'm wondering if we can maybe clear some of these these first two tables out, if possible. If 1 minute? 1 minute? Okay. Am I allowed to go over? If I'm dancing, I guess I can go over, hey? Okay, this is only a 6-minute track. So can you guys spare 5 minutes? Okay, so it's half Indigenous, and then the other half of the music is my own personal music. If you like the music, check out DJ Crazy Cree. That's my music. Thanks. I'm over time. I'm over budget, so I can't say anymore. Thank you, guys. Hi, ilhqot'in, cookstream. Thank you.
Amazing. Patrician Dallas, we have a gift for you to thank you for being with us last night and today and just sharing that good medicine, bringing us into our afternoon here. Some serious skill. No, you can tell you're a world champion for sure. Let's give him another big thank you. It was beautiful. Okay, guys, it is time for lunch, and so we do have the lovely Dorothy Myers who's going to do our lunch prayer, and then folks are welcome to go and grab food, and then we'll come back this afternoon at 1:15, and I think we'll do some door prizes over lunch as well. So we have Dorothy coming up here. Wherever you like.
Gudini ilin jan ayan nathati si bachatun zagolti honga honi tanja bachatun zagolti go susala sasnodan go hachana ya and zingo zu all my relations.
Shesham Dorothy, thank you. All right, if elders, little ones can go first and then others to follow. Get some.
table up there, but they've done their draw. So if you have a blue ticket, last four numbers are 3902. $3902. Okay, we're gonna get them to redraw. I'm sorry, but I don't know which vendor table. Oh, IH's table. So once again, 3902. Going once. 3902 going twice. Third and final call, last four numbers, 3902. Danielle, you'll just let them know they're, okay. All right. You have a joke for us?
Well, it's funny you should ask. So, what did the bullet, wait, no. Why was the bullet really sad?
I'm not sure why the bullet was really sad.
Because he got fired. Okay. That one was actually compliment of my mental health team yesterday.
Okay, so looking at your red tickets, the last four number is 1742. One, 742. Do we have that number out there? 1742 going once. 1742 going twice. You think you have it, Irvin? 1742, final call. No bingo. Oh, that's pretty close. Okay, next number, 1752. No, 42. 1752. Oh boy. Oh, there you coming. Sorry? Oh, she was enjoying her cake. There's cake? Oh, oops. Okay. Did you give her You gotta give her the gift, Ellen. Let it go, let it go. Next ticket, 6313. 6313. Wave your hand. Oh, Glasgow Health Director. Next number is 1867. Okay. 1867. Going once. Oh, there we got a
lot of prizes here.
Awesome. Just give me the ticket. I trust you. Her prize. Give her a hand. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. All the way from Dog Creek.
It's like bingo and
I
everyone
know.
goes, oh.
You know, you could clap. It's not like bingo when somebody bingos, you go, oh snap, I just needed one number, or everybody goes, oh. This is happy time. Next number, 1763. 1763. Anybody got the number? 1763. Oh, Jonah. All the way from Uniseteen. Oh, we got two in here. Are they the same number? 7, 8? No. Okay. Next number, 6278. 6278. I'm sorry. I can see your disappointment. 6278, right here. Okay, next number, 1822. 1822. One eight two two. Anybody? 1822 once. 1822 twice. Third and final call, 1822. Hey, next number, 6292. 6292. Oh, Bert. Lucky man. Let's give him a hand. If you don't like the prize, I will. Just kidding.
It's awfully pretty.
She said it's awfully pretty. 6295. 6295. 6295 going once. 6295 going twice. Third and final call, 6295. Next number, 1779. 1779. Oh, way over there. I think that's McCall.
Hey, Nicole, I'm happy for you.
Let's clap for McCall, counselor for UNICEF teen. Okay. I heard it's a really nice prize. Thank you. And the bag even sparkles like your smile. Next number, 1790. 1790. Oh, good job. That was the last one? Oh, no worries. That's the last one? Okay. So we're going to go over to Interior Health. Do you want to grab somebody to, Ellen, you want to grab a ticket? Because we don't have our names in there.
Let me just move this.
Oh, Scott. His hand got stuck in there, so. There's no first aid for how you get your hand out of something. I haven't been trained.
We got two doctors here today, I think.
Okay, for the basket, Lily and Harry. One of my favorite people. Let's give her a big hand. Elder from Dog Creek. Okay. Sorry? We'll do the Friendship Center draw.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you, Scott. You don't get your hand stuck in there. Friendship Center. Bev Quilt, 778-961-0463. Beverly, let's give her a hand if she's here. Oh, right there over in the blue. Bev?
Your ancestors are calling. That's why she's ignoring us.
Yeah. Oh, she put her hands on her side and gave me a look. Remember, we go back a long ways, eh? Okay, so FNHA draw. So on behalf of FNHA, the interior team, we appreciate everyone that came to the table and received a ticket. Are you doing the Pendleton blanket last?
Sure.
Oh, okay. Okay.
No, there's a, if we're giving both of them as
I would do one.
gas. FNHA got to pay you more.
So first prize for a $50 gift card for gas fuel. Last four numbers. Blue ticket, 7797. 7797. Blue ticket, once again, 7797. Okay, 7797 going once. Oh, my sister Rachel.
Millie almost got her wish.
Give her a hand. She's got to dance. You got to dance first. Oh, there you go. She used to dance for her food when she was young. Second prize, a Pendleton towel. I don't know why you're giving it to me. Like, blue ticket, 7800. 7800. Not here. 7800. 7800 going once. 7800 going twice. Third and final call, 7800.
Okay, this is the big money.
Once again, blue ticket, 7815. 7815.
Here, I'll make it look nicer.
Pendleton towel in case you want to go swimming. 7815. 7815 going once.
Gotta model it better.
7815 twice. She's modeling it up here. 7815, third and final call. Oh God, Bev Quilt again. It's a lucky day. Bev Quilt. Bev Quilt. What did she win the first time? Oh, she's won twice today. You better go to bingo. You might win the backwards 7 or whatever it's called.
See, now we get to heckle her twice.
Yes, we get to heckle her twice. Everybody give Bev a hand of applause. She won twice. You're giving them both? Okay.
All right, let's do another one. If it's Bev quilted
Oh.
again, we're done.
Okay, next number. And for a water bottle, for those of you that play pickleball or want to go hiking by Signal Point, there you go. Water bottle, 7806. 7806. Nobody wants to go hiking, hey? 7806 going once. 7806 twice. 7806 final call.
You guys making us work over here.
I know, I'm sweating up here. Blue ticket 7789. 7789. Do we have a winner? Phyllis. Oh, jeez. 7789 once. 7789 twice. 7789 final call. Come on, you guys, look happy. There you go. I love it. Yeah, 7765. 7765. Oh my goodness. Oh, Denise. Yeah, Denise. I'll go walking with you. I'll borrow your water bottle. Okay, our final draw is $50 grocery gift certificate.
So who's it gonna be?
Okay, last draw. Let's do a drum roll. Everybody do a drum roll. Oh, awesome. I love it. 7759. 7759. Mildred? Mildred, were you close? 77591 number off, just like bingo, right? 7759 going once. 7759 going twice. Stormy, you look sad. 7759 final call. Give Ellen a hand. She's a really good picker of tickets. 7751. Ooh, there you go. Woohoo! Come on down. There you go. Thank you. So we'll do some more draws at the end of the day for the evaluations. And somebody lost their car keys? Anybody? Nobody wants to claim 2025 Dodge Dakota? Well, I don't know.
Special thank you, Deb and Ellen. All right, a couple things. We're coming back from lunch. I just have a couple housekeepings that I want to mention. The first, if we could really quickly thank the cooks for taking such good care of us the past couple days. They're busy over there. Such good meals, thank you. A second, as Deb mentioned, please fill out your evaluation form so you can be entered into the big prize draws. You got to hand them in at the registration desk, and then they'll give you a black ticket for that. Also, a reminder that the Q&A boxes are on each of the tables, so if you have questions for any of the speakers today, make sure to put those in there before we get to the break time this afternoon. And so we have one more speaker to go, and then we have a break. We'll have Q&A with the full panel of speakers that we heard from today, and then we'll be doing some closing remarks, comments, and then again, ending, nice, we got the keys taken care of. We'll be ending with inviting all the drummers up to close us for our last day here together. So with that, I would like to keep moving things along. We have a really beautiful speaker who's about to come up. I'm really excited to hear and see. If you could all take your seats and get ready. All right, so once people are settled, the room is a little bit quieter. I'll bring up our next speaker, our final speaker today. Reminder, as we just got a little bit energized from lunch, maybe some are feeling a little tired. Just want to give him all our good love and energy as he comes up to speak this afternoon and shares good words and wisdom. All right, so let's get going. We are going to hear from Justin Young, one of my favorite people out there. He's a beautiful MC, a beautiful host of circles. He does so much good work in community all over the place. I first met him when we were both working at and going to school at Thompson Rivers University, and since it's beautiful to see his journey grow and him to thrive in all these various ways. And so I'm really excited for him to come up and share his words with us this afternoon. He's going to be talking to us about youth and addiction. And so as that conversation has come up a couple of times today as well, it's beautiful to kind of wrap it and bring it here to where we are this afternoon on day 2. So with that, if everyone can bring their attention here, if we can quiet down, please welcome Justin Young.
Thank you for this. Awesome. Hey, cha. How bonjour, pini se gajek dish nakas can you do dem? My Indian name is Thunder Sky, and I always like to say my stage name is Thunder Thighs. Just kidding. I'm an Anishinaabe from Bloodvay, Manitoba, and I live, love, learn over in Secwepemc Ulu. And it's a beautiful Secwepemc Ulu, just the southern Secwepemc Ulu. I live in Kamloops, BC. And so it's a real nice, good feeling in my heart to be invited to a beautiful event like this here in your home in this beautiful territory here. It's a really beautiful feeling to get a phone call and somebody says, I just put my post up on Craigslist. Just kidding. Just a Craigslist guy. No, just kidding. No, I just put my post out and to tell people that I share and I learn and I do this kind of stuff. And then somebody phones and texts Deborah. Just kidding. So if I mess up, it's Deborah's fault. Just kidding. Just kidding. No, it's a really good way to live. Healing. Healing has taught me so much about living for real, living on purpose, living as if it's meant to be. Trying to find the courage to look inside of me. That was the hardest thing, to look inside of me. Because it was always easy to look outside. It's always easy, they say, when you open your eyes, you can see all the things around you. But then when you close your eyes, you have to look inside. And when I used to look inside, I used to hate that little boy. I used to hate that person who I was. I was ashamed of being Anishinaabe. I was ashamed of being an Indian. I was ashamed of being who I am. Because I grew up in foster homes, I grew up with child abuse, I grew up with all those things. A lot of us have that experience. A lot of us have hurts and pains. All of us have a story. We all have a story of where we come from. And our story have guided us all here to this place, to this day. And today is the first day of the rest of our lives. And we made it to this day from birth to now, and we're still here. Give yourselves a round of applause for that. And then now we're over here talking about reclaiming our spirits, being who we are as Indigenous people, being who we are as human beings. We're learning about that way of life that lives on in all of us. You see, they try to snuff it out. They try to take it away. But so many of our elders held on to little bits of it. So many of our knowledge keepers kept some of it. And then they teach a little bit. Now we all have a little bit of it in us. And then we use that little bit and we bring it to a place like this. Now there's lots of it here. Now we have lots of it here. And the more we do that, we keep bringing that little bit with us everywhere we go. And we sit with other people who also have a little bit. And then we put that little bit together and we make lots. Then we have lots of knowledge, lots of learning, lots of language, lots of healing, lots of togetherness. And we all got it. And I really believe in this way of life. I really believe that healing is a beautiful feeling. It's hard though. It's hard. It's really hard to look inside and question myself. It's really hard to take accountability, to say, hey, you know what? It starts within me. If I want to sober up, if I want to change, if I want to make difference, it starts within me. It starts within me. The longest journey is from my heart to my mind, to the depths of my soul, where I do my best to bring my gift to life. Do my best to bring this love to life. I've always wished for love when I was a little boy. I always wished for love. But I wasn't blessed with love. Maybe they loved me, but they had a hard time loving me because they had a hard time loving themselves. Because of those things that they were taught in residential schools, because of those things that they were taught in those hard ways. So my home was filled with hurt people, and hurt people hurt people. And then because hurt people are hurt people, people come to try save us, take us out of there. Then we got to go stay with other people, live there. Then now you're not their kid. You're not part of the family, you're foster kid. Then you live like that. Then I start wondering, who am I then? Who am I? What do I do? Who am I? How do I live here? You know, these people, they're white. Maybe these people are Métis. Maybe they don't know a lot about being Anishinaabe. And then so I'm trying to fit in. Trying to fit in and try to be a part of this family. I don't know how. Just a little boy trying to figure these things out. And then wondering why they don't love me. Why do they love their kids more than me? What's wrong with me? I'm a bad boy. That's something I learned when I was a little boy. They said when my mom left. So you see, my mom, she left when I was young. And I was sitting on the porch and I was wondering where my mom went. And I went to try to get into the house and there was a padlock on the door. And I couldn't get in, the first time I've ever seen that. And then I was wondering, where's my mom? And then they said she left. And the lady that came to take me to say I have to live with her was one of those ladies who already started abusing us. She came to get me out of the porch. And as she was dragging me over to her house, she said these words to me that always stuck with me. She said, "You're a bad boy." I said, "Where's my mom?" She said she left because you're a bad boy. So that always stayed with me. And then so I always wanted to make sure for the rest of my young life that I'm a bad boy. I'm a bad boy, so I'm going to do bad things because people leave when you're a bad boy. And so I learned that. And then healing is really hard. Healing is a beautiful journey, though. Healing is a beautiful journey. It always takes a lot of courage to come and stand in front of everybody and pour your heart out. It really does. And I always keep trying to do it all the time because I know it's sharing our stories. And sharing our stories, there's knowledge and learning in our stories. It's a way of life. And you know, we all have a story. That's the hardest part of my story that I shared, one of the hardest parts. You know, but I'm going to tell you a lot more. Sometimes it's hard because there's lots of people visiting. And I'm going to be honest, sometimes it's hard to talk to a crowd when there's lots of people visiting. But that's okay because sometimes there's good words being said over there. We're also networking here, and hopefully there's networking going on, and that's a good thing to happen at a place like this. So I'm just going to keep carrying on as best as I can, keep carrying on. You know, I never ever thought that somebody would give me a microphone and say, "Hey, can you tell me about your life?" I never thought that I would ever learn what it means to be Ogichita. In my language, we call it Ogichita. That means warrior. I get nervous to say that, but it means warrior. To me, what a warrior is, it's not about learning to fight. I'm not here to fight anybody. I'm learning to fight inside myself. I'm learning to fight for my right to heal. I'm learning to fight for my right to cry. I'm learning to fight for my right to walk in a good way and carry my drum and sing proud as an Anishinaabe. I'm fighting. I'm fighting those demons that came from child abuse. I'm fighting for my right to walk and be Anishinaabe, to be Ogichita. Not for fame or fortune, for love and connection. To feel love and connection with our people in a good way. To feel like we are here together in this world and it's our time to shine. It's our time to shine. And I want to be a part of that. I want to be a stronger link in our nation's chain. You see, when I look in the mirror today, I see a man. I see a man learning. I see a man earning. I see a man that's willing to do my work, to do my inner work, because it starts within me. It starts within me. If I really want it, it's not up to the chief and council. It's not up to the government. It's not up to the churches. It's not up to the whoever else lives over there or over there. It's who lives in here. this little boy inside of me that has grown into this man that you see standing in front of you. This little boy that has become a man. You see, I learned that this idea that I always wished I had a man like me when I was growing up. I never had no dad. My dad, he left. So I used to always bug old men. I'd also say, Dad, is that you? Go up to an old guy, Dad, is that you? Some guys will be like, hey, who's your mom? I'd be like, what, you don't remember Mom? You're supposed to just get smokes. You never came back. What a guy. I do that. I do that because it makes it funny. It sucks that my dad left. But the heck with him. What can I do? I have no control over what he does. I can only control who I am and who I become. I have no control over what he chooses. That's not up to me. It's up to me when I look in the mirror. And it's also up to me about the dad that I am. I am a dad. I am a good dad. I try my best to be a good dad anyways. See, I learned to break the cycle. That's what I can do. I can learn to break the cycle. My mom, she died when I was 12. I never had no mom. My mom had cancer. She had real sick. She got real sick. So I never had no mom growing up. She passed away. Her name was Strong Standing Earth Woman. Anishinaabe. She had 26 brothers and sisters. My granny and grandpa just made lots of babies. They're doing their part. We got a nation to build. They took that to heart, Doug. So I come from a real big family where I come from. You know, and so my mom was the youngest daughter of all of them. And I'll tell you guys this, since we're talking about reclaiming our indigenous spirit. It was my mom who encouraged my family to go back to that way of life, that Anishinaabe way of life. You see, because my mom, when she had cancer, she went to the Western ways to learn and get help there. And they were helpful, but she also wanted to learn about what the Anishinaabe ways and prayers and those kind of things are too. So she went there. And then my family, before she went there, they all used to go to church. But then my mom would drag my aunties to go and be at the ceremony, and my aunties would feel weird and awkward and wondering, you know, is this the right place? Are we doing the right thing? My aunties shared the story with me. And then my mom would just keep encouraging them to come on, we got to go and try. And then now, after my mom did that, all of my aunties and uncles, they all walk this way of life. They all walk this Anishinaabe way of life. And I feel really proud for that. And I learned that. I learned that from my aunties when they came to visit me when I was walking. I'll tell you guys, I told some of you already, but I walked all the way from Secwepemcúlecw, the center of the Kamloops Powwow Arbor. I walked from the Powwow Arbor all the way to Bloodvein, First Nations in Manitoba. I walked. And walked, holy flippin' farts, my shoes. I walked because I wanted to change my life. I didn't want to be a victim anymore. I didn't want to be no good for nothing Indian man, just wind up dead or in prison. I wanted to learn about accountability and personal responsibility. I wanted to change the world. I had a real big head when I started walking. I used to say, oh, I'll save all the Indian people. Watch this, eh? Watch this. Oh my God, they didn't even care. And that's okay because I'm trying to learn to care. And I realized later people are so focused on our own lives. We have to look in our own lives and do our own things. And I really thought, you know, that I'm going to make a difference. And so when I got home, when I walked into my reserve was on January 17th, was the exact day that my real mom passed away. When I was 12, I finished that walk of healing on her death day. To me, that was an eye-opening thing. I didn't plan that. It just happened that way. And I told you about that lady over here when I was up on the stage who told me I'm a bad boy, who used to do bad things to me when I was young. She used to do bad things, so I always hated her. I used to always hate her, and I used to always wish that I could bump into her somewhere when I was a young man so I could rip her face off for the pain she put into my family and who we are. I wish that, but I'm so glad Crater never allowed that to happen because I might be in prison. Maybe Crater never allowed me to bump into her because I was sick. And if I was sick when I saw her, then I probably would have caused more sickness. Because hurt people hurt people. I didn't bump into her until I started doing the healing. And when I did my healing, I finally bumped into her. I walked into Winnipeg. I met her at Walmart, eh? You imagine that? You know, Walmart, where all the native people hang out. That's where I bumped into her. You know, and then I recognized her right away. And when I bumped into her, she was this little frail lady. She used to be a real big woman, and I was just a little boy. Now she's this little frail lady, and I bump into her. And I recognize her. I said, "How bonjour?" I said, "Honey, it's me, Justin." And she says to me, "Who?" I says, "It's me, Justin Young." "Who?" she says again. Later on in reflecting, here I'm thinking, you lived rent-free in my mind and all my relationships for my whole life, and you don't even remember me. You don't even remember. It's Justin Young. I used to live with you when I was small. And she goes like this, "Oh," she says, all happy. And I said, hang on, just before you go there," I said, "I just want you to know, I remember this just like it was yesterday because it was a really impactful day in my life, bumping into my abuser like this." I said, "Hang on, just before you go there, I want you to know that I just walked here all the way from Kamloops, BC. And I've been walking for some of the things that you did to me when I was a little boy." And when I said that to her, she started backing up like this. And I said, "Hang on a second." And I put my hands out like this, and she kind of a little nervous, but I said, "Just hang on." I said, "I'm actually not here to hurt you. I said, I'm actually here to thank you for what you've given to me as a little boy, is the courage to heal as a man." And when I said that to her, she started tearing up. And I said, "Is it okay if I hug you?" And she stepped into me a little bit, and I hugged this little frail lady in Walmart, and she's crying on my shoulder, saying, "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry," she was saying to me. And I always remember this because it was just like it was yesterday. It's so impactful. I said, "I forgive you. I forgive you." Imagine that, what Walmart people must have been thinking. Who cares what they thought? This was a special moment. And you know, it didn't just turn off then. It didn't just turn off then. I still have to remember, Elder said to me, "If you really want to heal, pray for the ones who hurt you the most." You really want to heal, pray for the ones who hurt you the most. I hated that teaching. Oh man, you just pray for them with tobacco, just throw it. You know, but you're praying for them. It's so hard. And trying to pray for the ones who hurt you the most. And that's what I did. I prayed for her lots on that walk and then bump into her like that. I don't know what that moment did for her, but I left her there. I told her I'm going to walk up the blood vein now, and I'm going to continue on doing what I got to do to change my life. I've never seen or heard of her again. I don't know where she is or how she is. Now, today, I wouldn't recommend doing that because now I know about triggers. Now I know about keeping people safe. And now I know about helping and being that kind of way, so I wouldn't recommend that. I didn't know then. But healing has taught me so much about learning to look inside. Nobody's going to make change. I can't change the things that have happened to me, but I can learn to choose to change how I feel about them. I can't change yesterday, but I can learn to change how I choose to feel about it. And I didn't want it to be, I used to have this big mountain of trauma on my back, and I'd walk around like this until I was drunk or till I was high. Then I'd be, oh, that guy. People in Kamloops used to think I had a twin, because I'd show up drunk sometimes and just be the life of the party, and then I'd show up sober and I wouldn't say much because I didn't believe in myself. My light wasn't on. My light wasn't on. Until I started boozing, then my light came on fakely, came on boldly, excitingly, then I would turn it off again. So they thought I had a twin. But then the more I started healing, my light has come on. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. I love that song, even though it's that way of life over there, but I love the words in there. And then I learned how to say, you know, turn your light on. I learned from my Uncle Buzz and Spuckman. We were sitting in Ascalia having a nice ceremony, and he says about an elder that walked around as Spuckman, and he told people, turn your light on. Turn your light on. And then so that always stays with me now. I want to turn my light on. I want to turn my light on and do my part. All I have control over is this little light of mine. I heard an elder tell me one time, they say when the egg and the sperm first come together, when we're first being conceived in that moment, that there's a spark. And then that little spark, we get it throughout our life. That's our spark of life. And throughout our journey in life, it's up to us to carry this little light. And sometimes it's dim. Sometimes it's real bright. Sometimes it's somewhere in the middle. And it's just up to us. It's up to me to carry my light. It's up to me to take care of my light. And then it's up to me to do my part to do brightening up this place. Do this part of just brightening up a little bit. Every time I have an encounter with somebody, say something nice, have an encounter, do something good, to have an encounter, try help a little bit, try make a difference that way. It's not about change, it's not about fame or fortune, it's about love and connection. And they say it's the small steps that matter so much. It's the small things that we do every day that matter so much. Those small steps take us to beautiful places. Just like for me in my healing journey, to get a call from Deborah, to now come over here and talk in this big hall to all of you. Small steps, big places. Commitment and consistency. Commitment and consistency. Even when it's hard. Finding that courage to keep on going, keep on keeping on. Even when there's naysayers. Oh, there's always going to be a naysayer. Oh, naysaying and naysaying. No matter how good you try to do, somebody's got something to talk about. You know what I always heard? I heard this. One elder told me, people are going to talk about you from the day you're born to the day you die. What they say doesn't really matter. What really matters is how you talk to yourself. How you talk inside yourself, to yourself, about yourself. That's what matters the most. Because how you talk and think is how you live. It starts within you. It starts within me. I absolutely believe that. It's coming from inside of me. I never know what I'm going to say when I get this time to talk. I just pray and talk. I just pray and talk. And then I trust that prayerful action, that idea of constantly doing little things, that prayerful action. It's not just about asking, oh, Creator God, help me in good ways. Oh, Creator, and then just go do bad things. You know, it's about doing what you say. It's about staying committed to the thing that you want the most. Be committed to have what you want. And we could all get it, and we could cheer for each other. That would be a really big thing. Because they say sometimes in Indigenous communities we're like crabs in the bucket. As soon as somebody starts doing good, they say, oh, you think you're so good. Hey, oh, you think you're good? That's what they would say to me back home when I first started healing. Oh, you think you're so good. Oh, look at you acting all sober. I know how you were. Yeah, bro. Yeah, that's how I was. But good gracious, I'm trying hard to change because I don't want to be like that anymore. It didn't do me well. I was a drunk. I was a loser. I sit on the side of a curb crying, wishing for a life that I could only dream of, being broken inside with nobody to talk to, barely knowing how to pray, learning about how do I even start? Where do I start? How do you say, help me? Those were the most powerful words I've ever learned. Help me. And then I'd say, help me to people that were partying, and they'd say, here, bro, have a beer. And that was good because that's what helped us then. That's what helped us, and that was our medicine. Have a beer, get high. That's our medicine. It's helping us in that mindset. It's helping us. But in the long run, it doesn't help because the more I drank, the more I drugged, the worse my life got. The worse it got over and over and over again. I kept doing the same thing over, expecting different results. All my relationships were all broken and destroyed. All the trauma and the drama from being an addict and living that way of life, and all of it has changed now. All of it has changed now. I have never, ever in my life did I imagine that I would have a beautiful, sacred wife to sit with and love and to hold. Somebody who walks good and does her language and does good things in the community. Never did I ever think that I would have a son and a daughter who are graduating this year. They're going to graduate in a nice home where there's not abuse and we're not hitting them and we're not drinking and drugging. We are breaking the cycle. That's it. If I want change, it starts within me, and then it starts in my home where I live. It has to start in home where I live. I have to love and honor my wife in a good way, take care of my house in a good way, honor and love my kids in a good way, be a good dad, be the change I want to see in the world. No chief or council or government or a church live at my house. I live at my house. My wife lives at my house. Our kids live there. And then we got to go around in the community and try to do good things. My wife is a really beautiful language coordinator, helping to bring back those sacred words and Silkshin words. She works hard to bring back those sacred words. She's learning her language and doing so good at it. I'm so proud of her. She's such an amazing person. Her name is Justine, and I'm Justin. Imagine that. We're Justin and Justine. We even shaved our eyebrows off during COVID. Maybe you guys saw that. We just wanted to make everybody laugh. We're trying to call it the COVID-19 challenge. If you have a hard time staying at home, shave your eyebrows off. So I said, okay, let's do it. And we did it. So everybody laughed at that video. But it was about laughter, and it was about making fun, having fun. That's why I love her. And then my daughter and my son, they do good too. I'm not bragging. I'm just trying to change. I'm just trying to talk about changing. I'm not trying to be better than anybody in any way. I'm just trying to be better than who I was yesterday. And then I always feel so honored to come and talk about it, because I can't talk about it if I'm not living it. You have to live it to talk about it. And learning about that, learning about healing, going to healing programs, all kinds, choices. I went to that program, I went to another program down in all these different kind of healing programs. I was having a really good talk in the back over here. I have an idea. It's a little bit unorthodox, but I'm going to tell it anyways. I have an idea. I was thinking about healing. Healing programs, learning our language, learning our way of life. Sometimes people say, I don't got time for healing. I don't got time to learn my language. I have to go to work. I have to pay my bills. I have to work every day. And by the time I get home, I'm pretty tired. I'm not really into learning language or doing healing. I'm regenerating. I'm trying to spend time with my family. Okay. What if we were to create I don't know, this is probably way far-fetched, but I've been thinking about it lots. What if we created a program, a pilot program, where we actually have a cohort of individuals who are healing, and they get paid? It's like their job. This is your job to do healing. We'll pay you this much an hour. It's your job to take care of yourself, and it's going to be watched over. We're going to make sure that you're not doing drugs. There'll be drug tests. There'll be mandatory, all that stuff, to make sure you're actually doing your work. And the people who are helping you, they'll get paid. They'll make a cohort out of it. So now you don't have any excuses. It's your job to heal. Your job is you. Ouch. I don't know how far that will go, and if that will go anywhere, that'll be awesome. Maybe I got to start it and try it because somebody's got to do it. I'm just trying to think outside of the box. Because then this individual might show up every day and they might want to do this healing and this work. The problem is the naysayers. Somebody might say, well, I did all my healing. I didn't get paid for that. Somebody might say, well, how are you going to do that? People don't fund that. You can't get paid for that. And they say, well, what are you doing then? What if we just try different ways? And what if somebody gets it right? And if we get it right and enough of us keep getting it right, maybe that's how we create change. We got to try. I don't know. I'm not trying to sell this idea. I kind of am. Maybe this is a right place to talk about it. I don't know. it's got to be written, it's got to be put in a good place, and it's got to be watched over, and it's got to be taken care of, and it's got to be prayed for, it's got to be honored, and it's got to be respected, and everybody who's a part of it has to know about that. That this is a way of life. It's not for fake, and it's not for phony. It's not just to get a gift. It's to do the work and earn your gift inside of you. Bring your gift to life. And if you can't do that, then step aside, because we'll get somebody else to step in, and we'll try with them, because something's got to change. And I don't even run for chief and council, so don't vote for me. I like to be a grassroots way of guy, so that way I could get up and talk till I go home. I admire all of our leaders, though, because our leaders get blamed for everything. I always bug them every time I see a chief or a councillor. I say, oh, it's all your fault, eh? Everything's your fault, eh? Because that's how sometimes it is in our homes. Everybody's always blaming the one that we put in power. I always try to say, what about you? What are you doing? What's your part? Can you do your part? If we all do our part, can you imagine if we bring that little bit of culture and language and learning and healing, we keep bringing that to life inside of us, the people around us might see that and feel that and keep bringing it to life around inside of them too, and then we just make change. It's about becoming the change you want to see in the world. And that's what I believe. It has to start from within. And then consistent action. I'm not afraid anymore. I'm not afraid anymore. I'm not afraid to be on purpose, and I'm not afraid to speak my truth. I'm not afraid to do my healing. I'm not afraid to tell people I love them, and I'm not afraid to hug anybody. I'll hug you all if you give me a chance. I'm not afraid to walk in my talk. I'm not afraid to live in a good home and to have a good life. I'm not afraid of it anymore. I want it so much, and I want to keep growing it so much, and I want to inspire it so much, because we all deserve love. We all deserve a beautiful family. We all deserve a beautiful way of life. And it's not easy. It's just worth it. It's the healing part that stops us. It's the fear of, what if I do, and what if somebody notices? What if I do start getting good and they talk about me? What if I do my dream and somebody judges me, says I don't do it right? Well, they're going to talk about you anyway. Whether you do good or bad, you might as well do your best, because in 100 years, they probably won't even remember you here. Because in 100 years, we don't know how many days we got left, and today's the first day of the rest of our life. What you gonna do about it? That's what I believe. What you gonna do about it? I heard this really cool story. This elder was at a meeting, and all these people were talking about, somebody's got to do something for the youth. Why doesn't anybody do anything for the youth? And the youth said, yeah, nobody even pays attention to us. Nobody cares about us. This elder was sitting in the back, and he says, okay. He says, I got my busing license. I'll bore the bus. I'll take these kids out in the land. I'll do something with them. And, oh, okay, good job. This elder goes around with his helper, and he picks up all these kids and put them all in the bus, and off they go to the land. And they're out on the land now, and this elder and his helper, they get out and they start working and doing stuff, and these kids are all sitting on the bus, just sitting there like, what the heck? Didn't say nothing to them, just started going to work, and now they're all sitting there wondering, what the heck? What the heck? You know, so I say eventually all start coming off of the bus, and they all start walking around. It's cold. They're wondering, like, this guy's not even helping us. What are you doing? And he's just doing. The elder's working. He's creating a camp. They're helping to do stuff. His helper's doing stuff. Kids are still standing around. They're getting cold. They're getting mad. They're getting frustrated. What the heck? You said you're going to help us. You're not even helping us. It's cold. It's cold out here. Finally, that elder goes up to them, and he just goes to the center of the circle. He says, what you going to do about it? What you going to do about it? And then he just goes back to work. Now these kids are like, oh, shit. Sorry. Oh, what the heck? So then they all start gathering sticks, and they start making themselves a fire. Now they got a fire going. Now they're all huddling around this fire, and then they start noticing this elder's still working. He's not telling them what to do. He's showing them. To me, that is the greatest leader. To me, I follow those leaders. I follow the leaders who do. I go to a beautiful Escalia in Secwepemc Ulu, and the one who runs that Escalia, he doesn't tell us what to do. He just starts doing it, so we all start doing it. So that's what I think. If I'm going to make change, then I got to just start doing it. And if I just start doing it, I'm not doing it so that anybody will see me. I'm not doing it to get views. I'm doing it because it's important work. It's sacred work. I've been a youth worker for 15 years, and what do I do at work? I love kids. Love them where they're at. Honor them, respect them, hold them up, cheer them on, and give them shit when they need it. Sorry for saying that again, but I just tell them the truth. Just keep doing those small things that matter. Those small things that matter. We got to bring our gift to life. And if we keep bringing our gift to life and we sit together and we encourage each other, I really believe we got to encourage each other. It's not about talking about, oh, did you hear about that freaking health director? They don't even know what they're doing. Or did you hear about that damn chief? Every time he talks, they just, we go, what about just kind of sitting, and saying, hey, how are you and how are you doing? How's it going? They say the really courageous thing is not to talk about people, but talk with them. Imagine talking with somebody that you have hardship with. Imagine saying, hey, can we talk? Can we talk about this? I'd like to sit down and have a good talk with you. Can we do that? Maybe then we're not talking about lateral violence. Maybe then we're not pulling each other down anymore. Maybe we just keep talking with each other, even through the hard conversations, because in hard conversations, there's beautiful teachings and beautiful lessons to be had. It's courage. It's courage. Talk even when your voice is shaking. Talk even when your tears are coming. Talk when we're respecting each other to say, hey, you know what? I'm having a hard time with the way you're treating me at work, and I want to be able to work here and keep doing this good work, but I'm having a hard time. Can we talk about this? And then hopefully that person will say, okay, let's talk about this. Then you sit together and you have a good talk, and then maybe that relationship will grow. Instead of going around talking about them, talk with them. I don't know, there's something else that I'm always trying my best. I talk about these things. This is how I am. I don't talk bad about anybody. I really don't. If I'm venting, I'm talking about, oh man, that freaking guy. But I'm still trying to take accountability and look at what is my part. What did I learn here? This is what healing taught me. What did I learn? What's my part? What can I do? Who am I? How is this affecting me? How can I create better with this? What can I do with this? I never knew that stuff as a young person, but I keep trying to learn it. I keep trying to learn it. And I just keep trying to do my best. Never better than anybody, just better than who I was yesterday. And it's a one step at a time. Now, I don't know what you guys think about that idea about paying people to heal, paying people to learn their language. Imagine if you could say, this is your job, you're going to learn your language. What if we could get the government or we could get funders to pay for that? Since you took it, can you help us fund it? Since you took it, can you help us fund it? Maybe they might say, okay, who knows what they'd say. That's up to our leaders. If you want to take that, by all means. But I'm going to try it. I'll try it. Maybe I'll do some fundraising. Maybe I'll pay out of my own pocket. Maybe I'll find a way to partner up with an organization. If we could get a team of like-minded people to sit together, have a good talk, somebody who could write, somebody who could fund, I can definitely promote, I can definitely facilitate, I could do those things. And then we could find a group of like-minded people and bring them together, because that's how it's done. Dreams come to life that way. As simple as that. If you find a group of like-minded people who believe in what you believe in, you gather them up and you find a way to bring it to life, and then people will say, oh, I like that. Then you can teach them and share with them. This is how it's working. Whatever idea that is, whatever idea you have, find the courage to bring it to life. Find the courage, because you don't want to go to the cemetery, or when we go to the spirit world, you don't want to go over there and wish you did. We don't want to go and wish we did. We want to, I have this dream. When I go to the spirit world, I want to go to the spirit world with my head held high. When I go walking, I see Tecumseh and Geronimo, and Crazy Horse, and all of our leaders from the past. I want to go with my head held high, knowing that I did my part in this world, that I did my part. And I want to go and I want to hear them say, I want to feel that. And so the way I can get to that is by doing the small stuff today and continuing to do those small stuffs today that bring that love to life. bring the love to life. Bring that healing to life. Bring it to life. It's in all of us. Holy flippin' farts. I just want to walk. I'm going to walk to Kamloops. Just see me walking down the road, come back and be like, oh man, I forgot my truck. Heck with this. I'm not doing that again. But anyways, that's all I got. I just wanted to say that much. So Cookstacham, Miigwech, thank you kindly for all the good work. Cookstacham, Miigwech, Cookstacham, Haita, Cookstacham, Miigwech, Haita, 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 Haita. Haita. There you go. Okay.
Cookstacham, Cookstachu. Hello, hello. This one on still? Awesome. Cookstachu, Justin. We have some folks who are coming up from Statliam Nation who are actually going to take the mic, and we want you to stay here for this. And so I'm just going to pass it over. Who's the leader?
What's that? Huh? Okay. Kaswat lapin shnuknukwa, ilhqot'in, skachicha, chachlop muskan, statliam scan, ucho milskan. Hello, friends, relatives. My name is Kenneth Narcissus, also known, my ancestral name is ilhqot'in, which is a dancer. I come from Chachlop, Statliam territory, ucho milk, people of the land. And we just like to take this moment for Justin. We're part of a day treatment program. And Justin took the time out to come to our last graduation, and he shared this story with us. And it means a lot to me as a person, as a man who's going through recovery, active recovery. And we want to take this time to sing the Men's Warrior song for you. Hey, no, I'm just kidding.
Oh my God, I don't even know what to say. So honored, Miigwech Statliam Nation. It's always an honor. I always say I really love Statliam Nation. I get to go visit over there. I love ilhqot'in Nation too. I really love ilhqot'in Nation. I really love Secwepemc Nation. Secwepemc Nation. I love Secwepemc Nation. I love Silk Nation. I love all our nation. Nishka way over there. Nishnawbe, Cree, all of us. We are here. And you know what? Our children are watching. So the things we do today, they'll do too. Haicha.
Woo, Justin! Okay, beautiful way to get us into this afternoon. Thank you so much to Statlium Nation for those who came up to honor Justin. We are going to go into a break, so a green Bronco is going off. Your car alarm is going off. A green Bronco just out here. We're going into break, so you can check it out. We'll come back at 2:30, and we're coming into our Q&A. So if you have any more questions you want to ask, if you want to ask Justin something directly, you can write on your note card for Justin, any of the other speakers. I have a number of questions already, so make sure to put those in your box, and we'll come around and collect those. And so we'll see you at 2:30. started with our panel. Looks like everyone's ready to go as well. Awesome. So we received a ton of questions for this panel, and so I'm just going to try and prioritize what we can, hopefully get through most of them. Apologies if not. Also forgot to mention the massage table that was over here with Vanita had a wait list, so she just wanted everyone to know if you signed up, she might not be able to get to everyone, but was working too, so just wanted to share that message as well. Also, don't forget to hand in your survey for the bigger prize draw that will happen at the end of today. Okay, so I have like 20 questions here. We'll see how we do. If there happens to be time, we can maybe get some more if folks want to write those down like we did yesterday. And so the first question that I have here is, how long is the Red Road Recovery Treatment Program at the ranch in Unisitan? And also with that is, does FNHA cover Red Road Recovery? So Judy, if you could help those, yeah.
So what I heard was the question being, how long has Red Road Ranch been open? Is that right? Okay, so the Red Road Recovery is 3 different places. There's Red Road Recovery, and that's in Sorrento. Red Road Ranch, which is in Lumbee, and the newer one, Red Road Rise, is in Salmon Arm, and they can be anywhere from 30 to 90 days. And First Nations Health Authority does have beds that are covered, but you do have to apply previous to sending your people there, because if you send them, then you won't get your money back, because it is a private facility and it has public beds. So there are some Canadian Mental Health Association beds as well, and they're also public, so you don't have to pay to send people. Those beds are limited, so they do sometimes and oftentimes have a wait list, so you do have to like apply and go through that process.
Awesome, thank you. Okay. These next two I'm going to ask together because I think they are related, and this goes to anyone on the panel. So first, sorry? One sec, wait, I'm gonna get you the mic, Shaylin. It's important info.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. I have Deb nudging me a little bit saying, clarify, clarify. But for the Red Road Recovery Program, the beds that we have through First Nations Health Authority, they're very limited. So they're through our Rapid Access Program. So our Rapid Access Program looks at the highest acuity, so highest needs or highest risk for fatality for individuals. So it looks at, say there's no beds available at the FNHA beds, there's no available beds at the non-FNHA beds, there's no available beds at the provincial beds, and then if that's all deemed that there's nothing available and the person is at risk of a toxic drug poisoning or toxic drug fatality or liver cirrhosis or has multiple high-risk needs, then that's when they're able to possibly get a bed at Red Road. And those beds, like, I think we might have 1 or 2, so it's not guaranteed that they would be able to go to Red Road. They would go to whichever rapid access treatment center has the available bed to ensure that it's happening in a timely manner.
Beautiful. Chacham Shaylin, thank you. It's especially important for community providers, if you're someone who supports individuals with accessing treatment, to know that is available with rapid access, because sometimes it feels like the direct application, which we heard yesterday, is super long, but to know that's also an option in case it is super urgent, there is a high need for this individual to get care now. And so moving forward, the 2 questions that I was going to ask from here, part 1, how do we overcome the discouragement that comes with barriers like travel, racism, paperwork? And part of that, how do you flip a negative mindset into a positive one? So looking at anyone on the panel who'd like to support those questions.
Well, just kidding. I heard the second part was flip a negative mindset to a positive mindset. For me, I used to listen to a fellow by the name of Wayne Dyer. I don't know if anybody hear of Wayne Dyer? It's yeah, a very beautiful speaker, and he always talked about how you think it, you feel it, and he talks about inside of you. Really, your mindset is really. It's like when I heard this one teaching. It's like a wheel going around. And there's a wheel going around and a thought comes. You pick a thought and you hang on to the thought. And you keep focusing on that thought. Tony Robbins says where your focus goes, your energy flows. So that idea of pick your thought, choose your thought, then flow with it. So whatever thought, it's really about practicing and taking control of your mind. And the biggest thing I've learned is like I used to calm myself down all the time. Learning to take control of my mind has taught me to say more nicer things to myself, which in turns helped me to say nicer things to people around me. So it's like training a muscle. It's also shutting up the abusers. It's hushing them up through forgiveness, through letting them go and learning about, I have to let you go. I'm not forgiving you for you, I'm forgiving you for me. And then just continuously learning about what I say to me impacts me. So what I say inside of me comes out of me. So it's like just that, it's working a muscle, I guess is what I was, what was the other part of the question?
How do we overcome the discouragement that comes with barriers like travel, racism, paperwork?
Paperwork. I don't know about that. Small steps, big places, I would say.
I think it's really important to ask for help, especially if you're an A&D worker and you're getting burned out, because we lose so many folks, really good workers that are burning out. So don't be afraid. It doesn't mean you're not doing your job or you can't do your job if you ask for help. It is frustrating and the system is impaired. And we are working really hard to change that in our area. It's not going to be tomorrow, but I do see some really good things coming down the pipe. I wish I could talk more about, but there is hope coming and it will remove those racial barriers. That's the worst, and culture is such a huge piece of recovery and treatment, and so the racism part will be excluded, and that'll be gone, and we will reduce the barrier of paperwork, because that is a barrier. So I think the biggest thing for right now is to ask for help and let people know how you're feeling. Like, I'm done with this, it's making me crazy, because it's overwhelming, and yeah, to just save burnout, talk to your colleagues, talk to your supervisor, anyone you feel safe to talk to about how you're feeling, and just push through it because it's worth it.
Thank you. I'm going to move into some questions directed to Dr. Day, because there's quite a few. So I'll do two here. One is, how could we get VODP in BC? And two, based on your education in your field, what are the top 3 reasons we have toxic drug crisis?
So first off, in British Columbia, there are some virtual programs. So there is a program, and I don't remember the hours in that, but there is a program, and it's growing and doing some of those things and has access. We have the good fortune that we started doing that virtual care all the way back in 2016. So we've had a runway to grow it and to have it become what it is today. And so I think that, this even touches on the last question as well, that we need to lift where we stand. So wherever we're at, we need to work to make it better and to make it what it needs to be. And so for those who are part of the health authority who are running the virtual program, and for those who are using the program and that, I think my best advice is to lift where you stand, look at whatever ways that the program is not meeting the needs of the people who are using it or should be using it, where there are gaps, and figuring out how to fill those gaps. That at the end of the day, if people can't get the help that they need because the program's designed in a certain way, then the program has to change, not all the people change to meet the needs of the program. So we didn't have it all in 2016. It took us a while to figure out how to do it better and better and to get it where it's at today. In terms of the toxic drug crisis, I wanted to go back to when I was a medical resident 20 years ago. I remember, I'd been taught, I went to the University of Alberta and for medical school. And I was taught that, you couldn't get addicted to pills and, if you had chronic pain that, you could take OxyContin and it would not cause problems and all that. That's what I was taught in medical school. And I remember being in the emergency department and I was working with and he was actually on the council of the College of Physicians and Surgeons, so someone important. And he was telling me as a medical learner, if you're not giving your strongest, best painkillers to somebody who's coming in and telling you they're in pain, you're committing malpractice. And that seemed a little odd to me. And so I was thinking about that while I was working in the hospital. And then I noticed something. I noticed a pattern. And what I noticed is that when I was working shifts with that doctor, everybody we saw had pain. And when I was working with the other doctors, that some people had pain sometimes, and a lot had other things like heart attacks and strokes and broken arms and things like that. But somehow the people in the community who were addicted to painkillers knew when he was on in the emergency department and all came, and everybody came that day. And that was what clued me in early in my career, that there was a whole lot more to this than what the drug companies and the researchers who were bought off by the drug companies were claiming. And so I think that, why do we have a toxic drug crisis today? Well, if we go back to the 1980s compared to now, I don't have the numbers in the top of my mind, but we prescribe in Canada something like 300 times more opioids today than we did back in the 1980s per person. We've treated opioids really casually. They're like heroin. We never should have gone down this route. And so there's something called the Stanford Lancet Commission on the North American Opioid Crisis, which is free online. It's a great read. In that, they talk about this starting because of doctors, starting because of prescribers. And that it used to be that heroin was a problem, in Vancouver and in Montreal and in New York, in coastal cities where ships would come in with heroin. But because of doctors and overprescribing, opioids became an every community problem. And then just because we know that all of that nonsense, isn't true, that people really can get addicted to prescription pills, just because we know that doesn't take away all the damage that's been done. And so we have people who struggle with addiction to opioids because they were prescribed it. That has created markets within all of our communities, every single community. In our VODP program has served people in something like 370 communities in Alberta. I didn't know there was that many communities in Alberta. But every community has it, and it's because of prescribing. So then you get to a place where there's opioid addiction in every community, and there's a market. It's worth drug dealers bringing in the drugs, and it then becomes about economics. So the more potent drug I can bring in, the more doses I can sell per gram or per kilogram of drug that I can import, and there's no care or attention to the people who are dying. It's just all about dollars and chasing dollars. And so, are we going to be able to prescribe our way out of this? Are doctors the solution to the problem that doctors helped create? I don't think so. And we need to be really careful about the approaches we take. And not least of all, we need to stop bringing in new users of opioids. We need to recognize that somehow the rest of the world survives without 300 times the opioid prescribing that Canada and the United States of America have. So we need culturally, we need to step back from that the doctor's not being mean to us when they say we don't need an opioid, just like we don't need an antibiotic for a cold. We need to do that, and we need to get our medical practitioners to stop overprescribing, period, full stop. And then we need to use our best options. You know, for people who are in addiction, we can't just say, don't be addicted. We need to be able to actually provide the best options, the best opportunities to be able to step out of that life and onto a good path.
Dr. Day, thank you. So there's a few here that I'm going to tie together because I feel like they do. And so there's a couple of questions that really speak to action and what does action look like after this. And so I'll just read these two pieces and then some that also tie in. So we hear a lot of suffering and no actions. What action will help? What would be an action plan to deal with toxic drugs? And then two pieces that are community-based with this is there's a lot of lateral violence in the community that stems from residential school. How do we stop this? And is it possible to shut down all drug dealers in community? And so to the panel, just thinking about ways of action forward from these pieces of the toxic drug crisis, of the lateral violence, of drug dealers, all these issues that are connected in our communities. What can action look like? And Justin spoke so beautifully to this in his talk as well about how we invest in people to start doing their healing and what that can look like to actually pay people to be in language, in culture, in healing, in recovery, whatever that can look like. And so I think that's one really strong method that could be used. But I'll just look to the panel overall if there's any other ways to address any of the pieces mentioned. Again, lateral violence, drug dealers, toxic drug supply in community, all those kinds of things.
So since I'm holding the mic, I'm going to say a couple of things. First is, I really loved what Justin said before about what we can do for ourselves. So we will always be powerless and helpless if this is always something that someone else needs to do to change and fix. So what can I do with my kids to help them understand that prescriptions are dangerous and shouldn't be messed around with? Well, there are things I can do. If I have prescription opioids in my house because I had a broken leg before and I had too many and they're in the medicine cabinet, I can do something about that. I can take that to the pharmacy and have them destroyed so that they're not sitting there waiting. There are lots of things that we can each individually do. And then I want to take a stab at the drug dealing. There are places that have successfully cut down on on toxic drugs and toxic supply with policing. So in Australia, this is a good example. They were having lots of heroin overdoses, and Australia doesn't have a fentanyl problem at this point, but they did a nationwide massive crackdown on heroin, and opioid overdoses dropped like markedly. And so we can do things about supply. We can, whatever we can do within our communities to decrease the amount of drugs, that's going to be helpful, in my opinion.
I remember when I was in university, we were talking about, there was a study done on 2 mice. There was one mouse that was in a cage, and in that cage there was a drip of cocaine water. And in that cage he was all by himself. He didn't have nothing in there but the cage. And so that mouse would always drink, he had 2 bottles of water, one had cocaine, the other one had regular water. The mouse always went to the cocaine water, drinking the cocaine water, drinking. And then they did another study with the same, another mouse cage with about a few mice in there, but it was like mouse fruitopia. It was like tunnels and lots of things to do and lots of activities and all that stuff. And so all those mice, and they both had the choice of water with cocaine or water with regular water. Well, in the mouse house with the fruitopia and a beautiful stat, nobody drank the cocaine water, because there were so many things for them to do, right? There's just so many things for them to do. Gathering, coming together, being together. I think our people, the more we gather and we're together, we're not shaming each other. We're inviting everybody to come sit together and love each other. We're honoring each other, holding each other up. We try keep doing those things, having ceremonies, having songs, having nice nights of, playing cards, visiting. You know what I miss? I miss visiting. We don't visit as much. I miss going to somebody's somebody's house and just going to somebody's house and go sit down and they say, did you want a coffee? Our coffee's on the stove, and have some coffee, have some food, eat, but don't eat all my food. But I miss visiting. I think visiting is important. So the more we gather, I think the stronger we'll become. Another thing I seen my community did was they just named all the drug dealers. They put their name up on the Facebook page and they said, these are all the dealers in town. I don't know how many people, I didn't know that guy was dealing, I'm going to go see him. Or on the other side of it, they might have been saying, oh wow, these guys are the ones dealing. What are we going to do about it? So it's a tough one. It's a real tough one. I think I really like that idea. It starts with me, starts at home, then it goes to community. So I think that might be something.
I'll just say what I know, what I see from my point of view about addiction. What helped me through was to find purpose in my life, to have a purpose. It goes along with Justin's mouse story. I'm a mouse, I found my purpose. And it makes it a lot less enticing to lean in the other direction, to want to drink and do drugs and do things that are unhealthy for us. So I see the community starting to invest in multi-purpose programs like career fairs, and let our youth especially experience all these different careers, the avenues, maybe which direction they want to choose, where they want to go, to experience and find. Because for me, I was 47 years old, 46, before I found a direction in my life. I was stumbling through the world on my own. I had no guidance or no direction, and it almost felt like I had no purpose. And that's where that feeling of hopelessness came into my life. And I found my purpose, and ever since then, it's just been, just like this plethora of energy and gratitude and just love for and zest for life that I can't believe that was always in me, but I was unable to touch it. But now that I have purpose and direction in my life, I can be around drug addicts, I can be around people that are drinking, and I can smell drugs and I can smell alcohol, and it doesn't bother me anymore. It's not a challenge for me because I have direction and I have purpose. And that's what our mice need in this world, is direction and purpose. And we're the ones, the leaders here are the ones that are going to be able to bring in the programs and let the youth choose which way they want to go, whether they want to be medicine people or, run for chief or council or work in the band office, administration office. Give them the option, give them the choice to experience a taste of everything. Because me, I don't know how many different pies I had to taste in my life before I found the one I liked. And when I found the one I liked, it just gave me this power inside me to say, okay, this is where I'm going to go. This is what I need to get there, and everything else can get pushed to the side. So you definitely need to have purpose in life, and it's a challenge for every person to find their own purpose. But when you do, it's amazing. I'm a perfect example. I have purpose, and I just look at life different. It's so beautiful now. I look out in the world, and I see beauty everywhere I look. It's amazing. Whereas before, I was struggling to find a reason to hang on and to live and to get up and get out of bed and tie my shoes in the morning. That flip is just so amazing and so powerful. So it all comes down to what I believe is to people finding purpose and direction in the world. Find where you fit in somehow.
I really couldn't agree more with your comments. I think there's just so much wisdom that's here. I want to share a couple of things that might be interesting from other cultures and perspectives. So for example, in Iceland, they were struggling, sort of northern climate, cold, small population. They were struggling with some of the worst youth alcohol use rates in Europe. And so they did there are a couple of different elements to what they did. One element was something involving the traffic lights to show people that they were important and cared about, which is interesting. Sort of an everyday sign to people that they mattered. But probably the most important things that they did for their children and youth was that they made going to the recreation centers and participating in youth sports and that free. So they could all do those things and access those things after school and on the weekends. If they had nothing to do, they could go and do those things. And then they encouraged some family values kinds of things. So one of the family values things that they did, and they did this as a public education push, was eating together as a family for dinner. And they went on to have significant changes. So Iceland no longer has the highest alcohol use rates in their youth, and their population is healthier. Then the other piece, this is from Portugal. In Portugal, they were dealing with a massive drug crisis after their country opened up. So they had a severe dictatorship that was overthrown in the 70s. And all of a sudden, their population, who'd had no exposure to drugs for the home population, now had access to 1970s Europe and Amsterdam, and so they had a huge drug problem, and there's some other things that we don't have time to get into around that. They did major interventions, so that includes that they decriminalized drugs. Don't know? They decriminalized drugs, but they didn't make them legal. So if you were picked up with drugs, you still got arrested, the drugs got taken away from you, they got destroyed. If you had drugs that were over an amount, you were considered a trafficker, you still went to jail, you still had all those things. But if you were below the threshold, then you were considered a sort of user of drugs, not a trafficker. And if you were a user of drugs, they said basically, look, you're a user of drugs, using drugs is a health problem. Do you have a problem? And if the person said, no, I don't have a problem, then they said, okay, well, here's your fine. Here's your like 200 euro fine for having drugs in public, because we don't like that. This is bad for our community. And the person paid the fine. Or if they said, no, I've got a health problem, then they'd say, okay, sit down with the social worker. Where do you want to go for detox? Where do you want to go for rehab? What can we do to support your family? Maybe you just need outpatient treatment, whatever. And the biggest, actually was in Portugal a year ago, and I met with the team that implemented this. And they told me that the most important thing, in their opinion, of the whole model of what they did was that at the end of rehab, made sure that everyone had a job. So they didn't come out of rehab to go to the same crummy life that they had before they went to rehab. They came home to a job, and they had purpose and connection and were able to fulfill their family roles and all of that. And their view is that that was the most important thing they did for their people.
One more thing I was thinking about adding was also investing in youth workers. I've been a youth worker for 15 years, and if you have youth programs and youth working going on, investing in training and giving so much training to youth workers, because they're spending time with your kids. Right? The teachers, they have them all day during school. Then the youth, if there's a youth program, there's some places they could go and hang out. And then they're together and they're doing fun things. So I'm always trying to find ways to invest in youth workers, bring youth workers to bring, and then also community workers. They say Indigenous work is really hard work, really hard work. So I'm always wishing to find a way where we can gather up a whole bunch of Indigenous people that are anybody that's doing Indigenous work and come sit together in a circle and help each other or be there for each other or do a program where we could actually help the helpers, helping the helpers and keeping them going so we don't have to worry about burnout or we don't have to worry about things like, well, it's still going to happen, but the more we're helping each other, I think the better. That's what I'll say.
Thanks, Thank you all. I'm going to go into a couple questions around youth, and these are going to be for Judy, and they're related to Deer Creek. So, one, will Deer Creek be open to youth and families? And the second question is, we are losing our youth to drugs and alcohol. I think it is also because they are bored. Will there be work for youth on the Deer Creek Ranch? So one, is it going to be open to youth and families? And two, will there be work opportunities there for youth?
That is a wonderful idea, actually. because it's grassroots creation. You know, we are just building this, and definitely building capacity within communities is where we're going to look first. And I think youth workers is a wonderful idea. One of the programs that we are planning at Deer Creek Ranch is to have training on farm equipment, because it's beautiful hay fields there. So teaching and training how to run farm equipment and how to hay, so that it's right for, like, horse therapy is going to be a big part of it. So there's going to be equine center and looking after the horses, right from not just feeding them, but actually helping to plant the hay for the horses, you know, going back right to the foundational, you know, part of looking after a horse and bonding with that horse. So family treatment, we do have Nankaini, which is a family treatment center, and maybe they're over capacity often. Sometimes I think it's challenging when folks from Williams Lake go there because it's so close to town. So there's those challenges. So that is something that we're looking at, is how can we implement this to be a family and youth treatment is definitely something that Red Road Recovery wants to get into. If we can make it work, and we have so much land out there, so I believe we can. It is definitely something that we are working on, so.
Judge Judy, thank you. I'm also going to weave these two together. The first part, I think this is overarching, is it safe to quit substances on your own? And then also, Dr. Day, you had mentioned medications for alcohol use. What are they and how to access? So perhaps if folks are looking to quit substances on their own, like alcohol or other, what medications are available that folks can access if they choose not to go into detox? And is it overall safe, I guess, depending on the substance?
Yeah, so there are certain substances that are dangerous to quit on your own. So probably the most dangerous substance to quit if you've been using it for a long time is alcohol. Alcohol withdrawal can kill you, so you can have a withdrawal seizure, and you can, there are people who, with full medical care at a detox, need to be transferred to an ICU. That's how serious alcohol withdrawal can be. And so generally speaking, we recommend if you've been using alcohol for a number of years and you've been struggling, or you get really sick when you stop drinking, that we recommend that you go to detox and get support. That being said, there are programs that exist in British Columbia. There are also programs that exist in Alberta where you can get help with detox at home, and we call these home detox programs, usually done through a rapid access addiction medicine program, where you can get medications given to you in Alberta. And I don't know the BC system super well, of course, but in Alberta, for example, we even have community paramedics that can come to your home and check on you and make sure that the detox is going okay. Obviously, if it's not going okay, we need to get you somewhere where you can be supported. But there are people who don't want to go to detox and never will go to detox on their own. And so this is the sort of thing where in healthcare, we have a terrible habit of saying the gold standard is detox, and we're scared to offer you anything less than detox because that's the gold standard. And we have to recognize that there are people who will never walk through the doors of a detox. And so some support, virtual support, over the phone, sending some medications through a pharmacy, having a paramedic come by and check on you, surely that's better than no support for the person who's trying to go through detox at home. So gold standard would be to be at a detox. There are programs that can help for a home detox. I personally wouldn't recommend a home detox unless you had someone who was sober, who was around with you. So to just keep an eye on you, make sure everything's going away, and who could call 911 if you were in a problem. Opioids, I used to say at the beginning of my career that opioid detox is no big deal. So you feel really sick, it's really awful. That's true, but it's not going to kill you. The drugs are so concentrated and so potent nowadays that that's not true anymore. So you can run into trouble with opioid detox as well. In Alberta, we do a ton of home opioid detox using medications in a safe way. And so You can go to detox for that, but there are ways to do that at home in a very safe way, no problem. And we often, in Alberta, we tend to use buprenorphine, which is Suboxone Sublocade. That in Alberta, that's about 75 to 80% of the medication we use, and I know it's different here in British Columbia. Here, it tends to be more methadone, slow-release oral morphine, and other ones. But we prefer Suboxone Sublocade because they're safer. What was the other question?
The medication for alcohol.
Oh, right, yeah. So before I go past that, the other drug that's dangerous to detox on your own, and it's because it works in the same way as alcohol in your brain, are benzodiazepines. So that's like Valium, Ativan, Xanax, those kinds of drugs. All of those are dangerous to detox on your own as well. So those are ones where you want to speak with a physician or an addiction specialist, or go, for those, if that was the only thing you're using, it's not really useful to go to detox, because actually the taper for that is so long. You'd be at detox for 3 months, which nobody wants to do. So anyway, that's something where you'd speak with a clinician. In terms of medications for alcohol use disorder, there's a couple. The two that have the most evidence and that should be used the most are one called naltrexone and the other is called acamprosate. Naltrexone is the one that has the best evidence for use even if you're struggling to stop drinking, in the moment. It's a medication that you can get from a family doctor. You could get it through an addiction program. It's not dependent. Like you could take it for a month and then stop it, and the same day you stopped it, you'd notice no difference. All it's doing inside your brain is it's making it so that the alcohol you're drinking is less rewarding. And so it's not habit forming, there's no issues that way. And then acamprosate, it gets its best effect if you've quit drinking already. So if you are in detox or you're in a rehab, you can take that medication. And the really great thing about both medications is they take away some of that alcohol hunger. So that sort of desire that's sort of driving a person to struggle, it lowers that a bit. So it lowers the rewarding effects of drinking, but it also helps you sort of think more clearly and not have as strong cravings. But it doesn't take it away completely. We still need to do all of the other things as we work to rebuild our connections and to get our lives back.
Great. So it sounds like a good first step then is to go see a family doctor, what the options are, what's best for the individual, just as a starting point.
Yeah, that's really reasonable. And honestly, if you're talking to somebody and they don't have a clue, because like I can tell you with all honesty, the amount of addiction training I had in medical school was 1 day. 1 day. And so if you go to a family doctor and they don't know what you're talking about, you could invite them to, that you'd like to come back and talk about it later when they've had a chance to look at it. That probably won't go very well, knowing most of my physician colleagues, but it might be time to look for somebody else to talk to.
Great. Thanks, Chacham. Thank you. And as we know, throughout our nations, and especially here in the Cariboo region, in the Williams Lake area, primary care can be a big barrier for folks. So recently, the All Nations Healing House opened here, so that's a primary care option to access physicians, nurse practitioners, and other providers. But there's also the FNHA Doctor of the Day, the virtual doctor that's accessible. Unfortunately, it's gained so much traction that there is some wait time nowadays, but just options for people to know there's some safe alternatives they can go to, and all other virtual doctors as well that are out there through different portals. So just to keep in mind, because primary care is another thing that feels like a barrier when we're going through these steps of detox, treatment, recovery. And so this next question to anyone on the panel, what is the best way to help addicts on the streets, and how do you talk to them?
I actually worked on the streets with people who were struggling. When I was working with the Ministry of Social Development and Poverty Reduction, I actually just found you have to accept them where they're at and just love them. like unconditionally. So not with a hidden agenda, not with motive, but just literally spend time getting to know them. And amazingly, they know if you care or not instantly. They know if you're genuine or not. They can see right through you. So like coming in with good intentions of just like, who are you? I want to get to know you, instead of I want to fix you, I want to help you. It's just tell me about who you are and get to know them at their level without a hidden agenda. You'll develop a relationship of trust, and eventually they will trust you so much because they know that your intentions are pure and that you do truly just love them unconditionally and care about them with no hidden agenda, not because you're out there trying to do your job, but just because two humans have connected, that they will trust you enough to like gently guide them in the right direction without any issues at all. That's been my experience.
I'll just kind of add on to that. Early on in my healing, I was at a workshop and the elder was speaking, and I had asked him, I was really confused as to why people would randomly come up to me and talk to me on the street, people I didn't know, street people, homeless people. And it was, can't say it was bothering me, but it was just like, why do they keep coming up to me? And I asked this elder that, and he looked at me, and he said, when you're healing, you become like a warm fire, a safe place. You shine this beacon of light that starts to come out of you. And you can't bullshit these people, they know. The worst thing to try to do is to try to BS a street person or a homeless person or an addict. They know, they can see you. So he explained it to me as you're becoming this fire, this warm place in a world of darkness. Out there in the world, it's dark and it's scary. So when they see you and they see your healing and they see your light, they want to just come stand by you like they're standing beside a fire. And it was like Judy said, just be yourself. You don't try to doctor them or fix them or offer advice. You just be yourself. And like what I say to myself, in my healing journey, I look back on the people that I hurt in my way, and I try to live my best life forward from here out of respect for that and with them in my memory and in my heart. And it's just, you just treat them like people. Don't look down on them. You know, look at them like you look at your family member, your children, the people that you love and care about, and you just need to be there. All you need to do simply is to be there when they need to be warmed up around your fire.
Beautiful. Okay. This next question I'm going to go to here. And so just looking for any kind of ancestral knowledge, teachings around this. What did our ancestors do when people are homeless in our homelands? Other cultures that we might be aware of, or I feel like in Sokwat we'd likely look to our stories, our creation stories. I'm not sure of any others that we might know about.
I don't think, I always hear that there was nobody that was homeless. We helped each other. We always helped each other and gave to each other. I can't speak specific. I just know what I heard our elders say. They just always helped each other. That's just how we are. Nobody went without. That's how we are. I remember my auntie always says, you know, we just go do good things. And just remember, that's how we are to be a Anishinaabe. That's just how we are. We do good things. Help each other. Be there for each other.
So how do you respond if someone says that you're enabling someone? Right, yeah. So how do you help someone without that perception of enabling is what I'm hearing. And thank you for the question as well around homelessness. I'm very sorry.
So I want to use a clinical term to talk about enabling. So there's something that we call codependency. And so if, I don't know if anyone's familiar with AA or with Al-Anon. They talk about it in Al-Anon, they talk about how, we didn't cause the problem, like we didn't create the problem, and we can't solve the problem. It's not our problem. And because one of the real challenges, and this is part of relapse prevention when we have someone coming home from treatment, is that if our family dynamic hasn't also healed, we're bringing someone back to a really unhealthy dynamic, and we can fall into the same pattern. And at its heart, codependency is basically where we've got somebody who's sick, and we're doing things for them in order to help them in their sickness, but we start getting a reward. So in my talk, we talked about those dopamine levels, and we get rewards for doing certain things. We get rewards for being carers and giving care. And sometimes in a really unhealthy addiction situation, as the caregiver, we are addicted to the person's addiction. So the more ill that person is and the more help they need from us, the more validation we get and the better we feel taking care of them. And then, as they get better, as they go away and they get treatment and they start getting their life together, they come home and we lost our role. We lost our meaning because for the last 10 years, our purpose has been keeping them alive. So when I think about enabling, I think about our need to make sure that obviously we're kind and we're caring and we're loving for the people in our lives who need our support and all of that. But that we also recognize that we need to stay healthy. That if we're not healthy, if we're not having boundaries, whatever those are for your situation, that if we're crossing those boundaries and getting into places where we're on shaky territory, and so I'll use, for example, a mom who's going out to buy fentanyl for their fentanyl-addicted child who's barfing their guts out in the basement. We're starting to do some psychological backflips in our brain to justify that. And we're getting to a place where we're so unhealthy ourselves, we're going to lose the ability to help our loved one. If we're ever in that situation, we need to go for therapy ourselves. So we need to go to Al-Anon, and we need to talk to somebody because we need to get our boundaries back so that we can be healthy too. Can we enable people? Yeah, we can enable people, and we just need to figure out, I think that's part of the hard walk of figuring out how we bless and love and care, and we don't make the situation worse.
I can speak to this too. I think on simpler terms, sometimes when we're trying to care for somebody, we get accused of enabling, and when we're just trying to love unconditionally. But I think what Dr. Day said is so powerful is those boundaries and setting those boundaries, because we can love unconditionally from a distance. If we have somebody who's really struggling, a family member who's active in drug use is going to steal from me, and I'm not going to invite that person, no matter how much I love them, into my home to abuse me. I'm going to set that boundary to say, I love you and I want you home, but until you stop this behavior, I can't let you in. And that is 100% unconditional love. That is loving from a distance, and that is okay.
Thanks, Churchill. Thank you all so much. And I think it's also important just to touch a bit as well on homelessness and looking at health being holistic. And so now there's so much work going into the social factors of health. So when we think of things like housing, education, access to clean water, all these things that are supposed to be there for us to ensure that we're healthy physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. And so I hear the leadership and the health directors in our communities advocating for those things. And so those things are coming forward because, as Justin shared, in no way have those things ever been okay in our communities. In our ways, we help each other through all these things, and now we come up with these barriers. And so I just wanted to state that we do see that work happening in the First Nations Health Authority with our communities and alongside our nations, but it's something that we're continuing to address together. And so just a couple more pieces here to kind of bring us and wrap us in this Q&A panel, and this is for Dr. Day. So there's a few things here, so to touch on what you can. What are your thoughts on neurotherapy feedback to help calm the brain? There's mention of the Cornerstone Clinic only open 1 to 3 p.m. Monday to Thursday. In an opioid crisis, why is this not expanded? And do you consider the Alberta program forced treatment? Does this align with a person's personal right?
All right, some awesome questions. First of all, I'm in support of basically any therapy that shows positive results. So if neurofeedback helps calm a person, I love that. I love that it's not using a medication. I love that it's allowing a person in the moment to learn how to exist within their body. That's half the challenge of life, is figuring out how to exist. So I have no concerns with that. I love that. And with lots of interesting, novel things that are not addictive, I think we need to do more exploration to see how they can help. The second is that, like, when we first started our virtual program, we were Monday to Friday, 8:30 to 4:30. And we quickly realized that when we had somebody who was getting released from on Friday night, and it was a long weekend, and they were going to get no help till Tuesday, that just wasn't good enough. So that was something we fought, and we were successful at supporting. And so currently the program runs from 7 in the morning till midnight, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And so I would encourage, if programs aren't able to meet the needs of the community, and we are in a overdose crisis with opioids, we need to have same-day access to care. We should have access 7 days a week to programs. And if we can't support that in the local community, if there's not enough resource, then we need to use virtual models in order to facilitate that, in my opinion. With respect to, in Alberta, there's, if you're not aware, there's new legislation that's in front of the legislature right now for something called compassionate intervention. Compassionate intervention is a form of mandated treatment where family members or professionals can say, this person is in an extremely severe situation, they are a danger to themselves or others, and that person can, if the legislation is passed, have mandated treatment where they are sent to a medicalized place where they will receive compassionate medication treatments and all of those things to deal with withdrawal, that they can make a treatment plan for themselves, and currently the legislation suggests an up to 6-month stay in treatment in those facilities. The Alberta approach is that this is for your severe cases. So this would not be the standard way forward, but this would be for people with extremely severe situations. It would apply to children and youth as well as to adults. So there's some debate, and you will see in the press that there are certain voices which are often the same voices that have argued for things like safer supply, that say that there's no proof that this will work. In fact, it will be bad for people. I can tell you, as the Chief Scientific Officer for the Canadian Centre of Recovery Excellence, we did a comprehensive literature review on mandated treatment around the world, looking at comparable jurisdictions to Canada. And anybody who says there's proof that this will not work, they're not telling the truth. That's overstating the evidence. So there are programs in Australia and in Northern Europe that show really promising results. but all of the programs are different. They've all been implemented in different ways, and they've all been evaluated in different ways. So it makes it really hard to say, you know, we know this will work, or we know this will not work. There just isn't enough evidence. And so what we've advised the Alberta government, because the Alberta government is going ahead with this, is to do certain things to make sure that it's safe, that it's culturally sensitive and aware, to make sure that people are receiving evidence-based treatments, that there's robust aftercare to support people when they leave, that there, you know, we know, for example, that there's been coerced or mandated treatment for professionals for decades. So as a physician, if I became addicted to opioids, and my College of Physicians and Surgeons of Alberta found out, they would say to me, Nathaniel, we're going to take away your license and livelihood, and you're going to lose everything unless you go to treatment. And you're going to go to treatment for a long time, and you're going to have mandated drug tests, and you're going to have to jump through all these hoops, or you lose everything. And the success rates for those programs, even though it's not voluntary, right? Like we can all claim it's not voluntary. The success rates for those programs, and it's the same for nurses, it's the same for pilots, it's the same for flight attendants, it's the same for dentists, the success rates are very high, like 80% recovery. And so, you know, I think that enough is enough. We have people who are living in encampments, who are being sex trafficked, who have schizophrenia, who have severe addictions, who are almost dying every other day. There was someone in Alberta who had hospital visits for overdose something like 200 times last year. Enough's enough. Like, we have to stop sitting back and saying that the current approach for that person is good enough. It isn't. I think we need to intervene and do a better job for them.
Thank you, Dr. Day. That is basically all of the questions. So if we could just give a big thank you to the panel, for the speakers for today. Nice. Thank you all so much. Feeling the love out there. Be sure to catch them before they leave today if you do want to connect further, have any more questions, want them to come to your communities or to your place of work, whatever it might be. There was 2 other questions that I'm kind of intentionally saving. So the one was where to access the presentations. So again, if you want to have the presentations emailed to you, you can have your email put on a sheet at the registration desk. So that's so they can get directly emailed to you if you want any of the presentations from the 2 days. The other option to access those is to go onto the ilhqot'in website, ilhqot'in.ca/health, and you'll be able to access them there. And so that's how you can get the presentations. If you need help at all, just let one of the folks in the purple shirts know, all those helpers out there, and they can help you get those. And the other piece is related to what we're gonna do in just a moment around next steps. And before that, I'm just gonna invite Connie up to the front, who has just something to do before we get to that. So I'll pass it over to Connie.
Good afternoon. I would just want to take an opportunity to thank all of you guys for coming and spending the last couple days with us here. A little over a year ago, we got some direction from the chiefs from the Silcotin Nation after we declared a local state of emergency in regards to the death of our community members. And so they asked us to put together something on a toxic drug forum. We had no idea where to start. So, and we knew we couldn't do this work alone, so we engaged our partners and we started planning about a year ago. So I just really wanted to recognize the planning committee. So if I could please have you come up here to the front. So Fanny Boyd, Lynn Dunford, Leah Martin, Shaylin Boynko, sorry. Can't read my own writing. Danielle Kreutzer, Deb Robbins, George War. If you guys can all come up here, and then our team from TNG Health, Judy, Ellen, Dusty, and then Wanda and Courtney, who aren't here. But if the rest of you could all come up and stand up front here. Annie's coming. Am I missing somebody that's, oh, there she is. All right, so as you know, this is a lot of work. They've been planning for a year, and we've got partners of FNHA, IH, and our team at TNG, as well as some of our community partners. So just would really love that you gave them all a great big hand to say thank you for the great work. When I was talking to them yesterday, I said, you know, now we've learned a lot, and so in the future we'll know some of the next steps. And they all looked at me with eyes glazed over, and they said, there will not be a next time. So, so those that work for me, you know, probably don't have a choice if we say we do another one. Our partners, though, I just hands up to all of you. I couldn't have done this without any of you, and your commitment over the last number of months to pull this off is phenomenal. So just a huge thank you to all of you. And before I let you go, I'm going to ask our chiefs from the Silcotin Nation if they could also come up and say a few words. You can stay there. Stay there on display. No, you're staying there. Just do what you're told.
Can we also give a big thank you to Connie for all her work? Connie is an action gal. She gets things done. I've known her for a few years now, and she always does such an incredible job at everything she does. And so, as I said, I was saving one last question that was here, and we kind of heard it earlier, but we wanted to look to the leadership here, and folks just wondering, what are the next steps after this? Is there any key pieces that you're going to take away from here, bring to the communities, bring to our nations, anything that you'd like to share around next steps, action, anything else? So I'll start over here with Chief Roger, and you can pass it down.
All right, the first one, take all the chief's time here. Chanaya, Nagodin E, Tlaskuzun Jan Chahadidio. Yet indeed, Tlacho Guzo Jitam, Hutijis Nagotalit, Natsing Goyal Tik, Ego Kanjan Chahadidio. My name's Roger William, ilhqot'in First Nations. I'm from Ground Zero, Aboriginal Tidal Land, and the drugs also go out there. Just before I get saying a few words, I want to acknowledge a few people. We have our ilhqot'in Councillor James Sula Jr. here, and also we had our Inuit Health Service, Lorna Elkins, our director. Our former chief, Marilyn Baptiste, is here. I see former Chief Jimmy Lilua here. But, you know, this is a tough subject, and I've heard a lot of very important messages, a lot of good presentations. We have doctors that came up here, and we have people who had tough time with the drug crisis that came up here. And for me, the elders, you know, they always talked about our language, our culture, our land, our resources. That's so important to us. And that's what we need to do. And our children, our grandchildren, you know, they go to school together. It doesn't matter who their parents are. They are together in school. And they succeed in the school. They get in trouble in school together. But we need to start at home with our families, as our leaders, as our team, and that's really important to us. We need to be able to use our own resources. We have our members, our old-timers that speak the language, that know the land, hunting, fishing, you know, horses. There's in the ilhqot'in, you know, all our communities have horse program. You know, how important that is, being back out on the land. And those are some of the things that we need to look at. You know, there's no boundaries for drugs. Doesn't matter if it's the the doctor's child, grandchild, the chief's child, it doesn't matter. Because our children are out there. It's not if, it's when and how bad. And what's really important is the elders always say that the first 5 years for the child, they need to connect. You need to connect with your child the first 5 years because they are going to get hurt. They are going to get in trouble, but they need to come home. They don't want to, you don't want them to run away from you. Sometimes if you're too strict, they're not going to come back and they're not going to get the help that they need. So with that, there's so much to be said. I just want to say Sachanalya. Thank all of you for coming here. You're all important to us. And as the 4 nations, you know, Anai, Nuhak, Ninchatin, Carrier, and Anna, Shuswap, and ilhqot'in. Our children go to school together. They play hockey together. They do sports together. Let's stand together. Let's be strong. Sachanalya. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Roger, Chief Roger. Sidin, ilhqot'in til in Dale Hansneslin. Ask, good afternoon. Hi, I'm Dale Hans, Chief of ilhqot'in Anam Ban. It's so good to see everybody coming together like this, all 4 nations. Hi, Andrea. Yeah, it's really powerful to see everybody come together and work on solutions. This is so important that we try and, you know, work out solutions on this drug crisis we're going through right now. We're burying too many of our people, you know, like I've seen so many of our people in the last few years that we've lost family and friends, and it's just getting out of hand. We have to try and find better solutions to try and deal with this problem. And it's good to see that we're working on trying to find solutions for this, and it's just so powerful to hear all the stories of people recovering from drugs and alcohol, like listening to Leonard and Valerie's stories. It's very powerful, you know, listening how they recovered, came back and overcame their addictions. It's just amazing because, yeah, it's getting really out of hand and we need to start working on this. And starting with our youth, we need to be working with our youth more and trying to work on prevention, you know, and it's just too much to see all our people suffering on the streets. You know, you just drive around town now and you look around and you see a lot of our people stuck in addictions and stuff. It's really, and a lot of them we know, you know, we know them, they're family and friends, and it's really hard to see, and we need to work on trying to make things better for our community. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lennon Solomon. I'm the Chief of Indigenous 18. I would like to actually start off with just saying a big thank you to Connie Jasper for getting this going for us. So, thank you. I think I could answer the question. I think where do we go from here? I think our biggest step today is hope. Our people need hope. They need to know that the ilhqot'in, the Shuswap, the Carrier, the Nuhak, the non-First Nations all gathered today to strategize, to see all the services from the government down to FNHA. So now it's up to us to take that information back and start implementing that. So I think the other question that was asked was about Deer Creek. It's evolving. It's a program that I thought was singular, but now we get questions about families and children. And yes, it can evolve into all of that, but we need to start somewhere because right now The wait lists are like 6 months to a year and a half at every treatment facility in BC. So we need to open up more infrastructure. We have to invest in education. We have to train ourselves because I don't know if anybody notices, but we are in a labor shortage in BC. So I think where we go from here is investment into education. We have to teach our children, what to expect and how to approach this, because I think Roger said it best too, this is what I think is brought from residential school. It's followed every nation here home, that we have to figure out a way to do it on our own and work together. So I call it the ilhqot'in is going to war with the toxic drug crisis. So we'll gladly collaborate with any nation, non-First Nation, that want to help. So going from there, if you have any more questions about programming and education, I know that there's a lot of health directors here. We're blessed with a lot of good workers in every nation. So have faith in your own people, have faith in their vision, and support them. So it's a channel, yeah.
Well, how's everybody feeling today? Yeah? So, my name is Chief Oldesky Sean Sr. I'm Tribal Chief for TNG and Little Chief. And, you can have all the tools you need in your toolbox, but you can't fix a motor if it's not fixable. So it's the same way with us humans. A person has to want to quit drugs or alcohol or anything like that. It has to come from them, from their heart. And, like we got enough tools from the last 2 days, but where do we go from here? I've had a tough last 2 years when we were all in New York and we lost a few members to opioid overdose, and it was a hard trip to take when coming home to a loss. And it's just like these guys are questioning, where do we go from here? I think all we can do is be there for each individual that is going through addiction. When we were back there watching and listening for the last 2 days, I was bugging Roger and his phone. I said, Roger, you taking videos, pictures, that's an addiction to your phone. Yeah. It is. Even technology is an addiction. Even drinking coffee is an addiction. So everything we do today, there's some kind of addiction we're going through. I'm a residential school survivor, and I've been sober for 24 and a half years now. So I taught my grandchildren, teaching them our ways, our traditional culture ways of doing things. And it's been working great so far. I just hope they don't fall off and start doing drugs or drinking. So some of them probably tried it, but they didn't like it. They said that we like to do things out on the land, which is what we should be going through. We should be doing things out on the land with our youth, teach them our ways, teach them how to hunt, teach them what you do with the animal when you shoot it or trap it or whatever. Those are the kind of things we got to go back to. And our language, teach them our language, because we can't communicate with them in our own ilhqot'in language, because they don't understand. So they have to be taught, so we can move on. And I just hope we move on from here and create a place where they are safe. All our children's and are safe. So with that, Sachanashan, I'd like to thank Connie Jasper. She doesn't like being in a limelight, but she's got to come up here. She's got to come up here and, you know, she's a hard worker. And setting all this up and then doing her job and everyday tasks that she has to do. She still went in school and got her master's in Indigenous business and leadership. So that's the kind of leadership we need. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Everyone stay. No one move. We need to call up all of the other helpers that have been helping through the 2 days. Don't be modest. If you're helping out, we need you to come up here, recognize all those helpers. The registration table, all the others. If you had a role in making this event happen, you got to be up here. Okay. Yes, Valerie, Freddie, everybody over there. Stormy, where's Stormy? Jonah. We lost Stormy. Alina. Yes. Dorothy, yes. Where the heck, Dorothy? Okay, anybody else? Are we missing anyone else? We just can't find Stormy, I think. Come stand in the middle. Woo! Awesome.
People are asking what's going to happen to the tree. I think there's somebody been designated to take care of it. Okay?
Okay, so, Okay, so a couple things. The tree at the back, there has been someone designated who's going to take care of all the prayer ties that have been added. Looks beautiful. So many prayer ties there we see at the back. So that has been up for the past 2 days, so someone will take care of that. Hopefully everyone got their surveys in and you have a black ticket because we're about to do that. If anyone does need to smudge or brush off before everyone starts to clean up, now might be your time to do that as well. And so we're gonna do the draws for the survey and also door prizes, so get out your tickets. Also asking for all the drummers to be on standby. We're gonna ask all the drummers to come up and do a closing song. Okay, so we'll do door prize first. These ones, right? Okay. So it's the orange ticket. How many door prizes do we got? Yeah. Okay, door prize, orange ticket, 6319. Woohoo! Winner! Yay! Come on up. Next one, 1776. 1776. Any winners? Raise your hand if you're a winner. 1776. DJ, I see you. 1776. Awesome. Come on up. 1791. 1791. Gotta wave your hands in the air. I'll just push through and keep calling really quickly. 1791, last call. Oh, yes. Awesome. Come on up. 1773. 1773. We got a winner. Where's your hands? Can't see you. I'm going to call another one. 1773? Nope. 1820. 1820. Got a winner? Six, 311. 6311. 6311. Oh, yes. Winner? Winner? Boo-hoo. Okay. How many we got left? No? 6311? Okay. That one's coming. So go to a couple more. 1734. 1734. Sounds like some people were close. 1734. Last call. 1734, gone. 1755. 1755. Is that a winner there? Was that the 1755? Okay. 1840. 1840. Anybody? Winner? Got it. Awesome. All right. Oh, nice. We still got quite a bit. Okay. 1732. 1732. Last call. 1732. Not seeing anybody. 1746. 1746. 1746, last call, nobody? 1831. 1831. Last call, 1831. All right, 6283. Winner, yay! Awesome, okay. 6309. 6309. Last call, 6309. 1834. 1834. Last call, 1834. 1733. Ooh. 1733. All right, nobody. 1774. Bingo? Yeah? Awesome. There we go. Still got more. 6310. 6310. Last call, 6310. 6307. 8 more? Oh, okay. Nice, okay. What was that? 6307. 6307. Nope. 1808. 1808. Last call. 1808. All right, 1815. 1815. Last call, 1815. 1856. Anybody? 1856. 1856, last call. 6304. 630. Oh. Nice. We got 2 winners there. Awesome. Good stuff. And then we have another. Yeah. Nice. 1863. 1863. Yay! Woohoo! 1830. 1830. Woohoo! All right, moving fast. 1738. 1738. 1738, last call. 1741. Is that somebody? Yeah! Awesome. 1765. 1765. Last call, 1765. Oh, 1764. 1764. Last call, 1764. Oh, yes, nice. We'll bring that down. We still got, I think, a couple more shirts. 1761. 1761. Last call, 1761. Nobody? All right, 1823. 1823. Last call, 1823. All right, next one, 6302. 6302, awesome. Yes. Come get your goods. Last call, or last number, hopefully this is a winner. 2 more? Oh, 2 more. Okay, there's 2 more. 6331. 6331. Is that a winner over there too? Awesome. Come on up. 6297. 6297. Awesome. Got another. All right. So it looks like 1 shirt left, or is that it? That's it. Okay. Chief Otis, you got the last one. Nice. Okay, so we're going to move into the black tickets for the survey or the evaluation prizes. So these are some big prizes. So hopefully you all got your evaluations in. First one up. Last 4 digits, 8672. 8672. Woohoo! Nice. Ooh, next up we got a wagon. 8670. 8670. We got a winner here? Awesome. Woohoo. So your lucky day too. It's your second winnings, right? Beautiful. What do we got here? Is that a camp stove? Woo, burner stove. 8758. 8758. Awesome. Come on up. Oh, there's two. Oh, 8758. We have two winners going. Should be a black ticket. 8758. Ah. Deborah says you can share. Looks like a nice big chair. 8742. 8742. Nice. Holy, look at all these double winners today. Awesome. Another chair coming. 8729. 8729. Coming? Awesome. These ones are moving quick. Heavy. All right, next one up is a tent. A screen. Oh, screen tent. 8736. 8736. Woo! Winner back here. Okay, one last one to go here. Beautiful paddle board. Shake this up real good. Eight, 668. 8668 in the back. Woo! Nice. All our winners. Congratulations, everybody. It's almost as tall as you. Good. Okay, that's everything. All the prizes, everything. Oh.
All right, how about a hand for this lovely lady up here who kept us on track for the last 2 days? Thank you.
All right, it's time to wrap things up. If I could call all the drummers here, all drummers to the front to close us off today. Thank you, everybody, so much. It was a beautiful 2 days hosting and being here with you all. I'm sure our paths will cross, continue to cross. I'll be doing some work up in ilhqot'in coming up this summer. I'm really excited, so I'll see some of you there. Calling all drummers up.
ilhqot'in. We're gonna close out with the Women's Warrior song. So the song comes from Mount Currie, and it was sung by Martina Pierre. And my auntie Linda Narcissus is really good friends with her. And so Martina taught my auntie Linda, who taught my late mom, who taught me. So this is 4 generations now. And I feel that, we got lots of strong women who are here, past, present, and future, who are all here right now. And so we'll close out with honoring all of our women in our lives.
you.